In my adult life, I've been mocked. People have even attempted to shame me a bit for my beliefs. I don't always talk about them for this reason. Not because I care what people think about me, but more because it's sort of offensive to open up about something that's personal to you, only to have someone ridicule you. But I've been feeling nostalgic lately, and this story is essentially the one that led me down this path of beliefs. Like now, I'm not ashamed to admit how awkward and unpopular I was in high school. Early 90s was the Attitude Era, and the news portrayed the normal teenage experience to be one of drugs, debauchery, and violence. My overachieving boomer parents chose to homeschool me up until grade 10. The year prior would have been my freshman year in regular school. Instead, I was still homeschooled. That year, a woman named Diane called our house while my dad was at work. My mom answered the phone, and before the call was disconnected from the wall by the cord, Diane told my mom a story about how she came to be pregnant with my father's baby. Long story short, the staff at my home school were either fired or resigned from their teaching roles, sending me to the wolves of teenage hormones and self-destructive drama. Sophomore year, I'm the new guy, and the first couple of months are incredibly lonely. Both at home and at school, I'm ignored by the ones around me. Like a phantom wandering the hallways, intrusive thoughts were my only company. Often I'd ponder how long it would take for someone to notice the sudden dip in my perfect attendance. However, a fear to discover what the answer might be, I never tested my theories. As the year continued, the people that did grace me with the attention were, in retrospect, probably kids that fostered a lot of the same internal anger I did. Unable to connect what's being taught in school with the existential lessons being taught in our respective homes, we couldn't find the value, and we started skipping school more regularly. Our parents weren't in the PTA, and all of our grades combined wouldn't have made us eligible to participate in any extracurricular activities. Therefore, the secretaries had little incentive to follow up on our whereabouts, or eventually even bother keeping track of our growing absence tallies. With our newly claimed free time, we'd fill it up by drinking and partying nightly. One of our friends, Jordan, he had an older brother who was in the military. He was deployed overseas, and he'd given his brother an extra key to his place. Their father was physically abusive, and his brother would let him stay when things got heavy. We took advantage of this and slowly began to call the apartment home. By winter of the next year, it was basically Jordan and I living there regularly. And whatever girls we were dating at the time, they'd usually be around too. At the time of this story, I was in a new relationship. She was at the apartment, and the plan was to take her home. It was her first time there, and she hadn't planned on staying over, but we got snowed in. After a bit of low-key partying, her and I had fallen asleep on the pull-out bed in the living room, watching a movie. Early the next morning, and I mean before the sun was even up, I'm shaken into consciousness by my panicked girlfriend. Her pale cheeks were stained by streaks of eyeliner from where her tears had been falling. From the looks of it, she'd been awake all night. As soon as she sees my eyes open, before I can ask what's wrong, "There's something wrong with this place, Alex. Someone's here." Without thinking much about what she's saying, I tell her, "Yeah, Jordan's here." She quiets her voice as if she's afraid of something and says, "It's not Jordan. It's a man. He was standing over us." I almost hop up out of bed, but she shushes me with one hand and reaches out for me with the other. "Please, come back to bed. Don't leave." I gave her a what the hell kind of stare. I wasn't sure what she wanted from me, but her return stare, it seemed desperate. "I think it was a ghost. Like, it was a man. but he wasn't solid. My look didn't change, but I was feeling myself getting a little frustrated. "You woke me up like this because you think you saw a ghost?" I asked her, almost annoyed. If it's not clear, I was not a believer at this time. My question made her straighten up a bit, though. She tells me that she's not messing around. Her words were, "I saw him standing over us. I could see him, but I could also see through him." What would you call that? Based on her description, it sure sounded like a stereotypical ghost. "He walked through a wall, Alex. The man stood over us, and then he walked right through that wall." She pointed towards Jordan's room, which was actually his brother's room. I realized that she's pretty upset, and instead of egging her on any further or making her feel worse, I tell her about a time that I had a dream where my mom walked through a wall. She also tried to cut my stomach open in that dream. It just felt like the right thing to relay, like it would somehow make her feel better about having a crazy dream. I was fully expecting her to just snap out of it, realize that it was a dream. Sure, maybe she would feel silly, but that's for sure what it was. My story did not soothe her mind. Instead, she got up and said to me, "I laid there listening to the footsteps before he appeared over us. Explain that. Also, you're missing the part about how I was actually awake." She then rushed into the bathroom. Looking back, I know how she felt now, me questioning her. But not at the time. At the time, I sat back down on the pull-out bed, and I just sort of looked around. Everything seemed normal. I could hear the portable house phone ring from inside the room that Jordan was in. I laid back down and I waited for my girlfriend to return. When she does, she's still not happy with me. But before I can pay her any attention, we hear something incredibly disheartening coming from Jordan's room. We both look at each other and head straight inside. He's crying. Not only had I never seen him cry before, I'd never seen or heard anyone cry quite like this before. It was painful to hear, even more painful to watch. It took literal minutes before he could actually tell us what was going on. And while I sat next to Jordan, my girlfriend walked across his room. I say walked, but it was more like a beeline for the dresser. Slowly, minutes passed, and Jordan spoke up, barely muffling out the words, "He's dead. He's fucking dead." I should have said something, but I guess I was waiting for him to say more. Maybe it should have clicked with me, but it just didn't. "Your brother? Is that who's in this picture? Is this your brother?" And almost insensitively, my girlfriend shoves a picture in Jordan's face, and he nods. "Is he in the military?" Apparently she didn't know. He continues crying but manages to let out that, yeah, he's in the army. Well, he was. He's dead now. We're all just sitting on the bed, Jordan looking down at the photo. My girlfriend and I are looking at each other. She shoots me a look as we comfort my friend. She was looking at me, and then the photo, and then towards the living room. Still not entirely understanding what's going on, she mouths to me, "That's the man I saw," and then looks back at the photo in Jordan's hands. Full body chills as I start putting together everything that's just happened. And in the same moment, Jordan hops up and says that he's got to get out of here. He's got to go see his dad. He's manic, understandable of course, but within moments, he's trying to leave the house, completely forgetting that we're snowed in. Frustrated, angry, and grieving. For the next couple of hours, we watch as Jordan empties the contents of every single bottle he can find. He's starting to lose it a little bit, pacing the apartment, crying on and off. My girlfriend exhales like she's been holding her breath for hours. She tells me that she's going to go talk to him, and she immediately walks into his room. She removes all the alcohol or the bottles and shuts the door. It's while sitting in the living room alone that I start to spook myself out a little bit. It's broad daylight, yet I feel like I'm sort of sitting in the dark. I'm directly in front of a space heater, yet I have chills. There's a strange sort of sadness that sinks in. I feel way more sad about this than even I think I should. I can't explain it, but I felt like I had somehow lost my life, or my own brother had died. I know it doesn't make any sense, but the feeling was that I was feeling something that wasn't entirely my own. It tripped me out. I don't know what exactly they talked about in there, but though the day carried on a bit somber, Jordan did seem to feel a bit better. There was still nowhere to go, and so we just had to kind of sit in it. Finally, we got some relief when the snowplows came early in the evening. Jordan would go off to see his dad, asking us to stay and sort of watch the place. I offered to drive my girlfriend home, but she told me she'd rather stay, saying that now that she knew who it was, who she saw, it wasn't so scary. If anything, like me, she just felt sad. So we just stayed there, sad, but somehow it felt like the right thing to do. That night, nothing happened. At least, nothing I could see. Thinking back on the whole thing over the years, I think my ex was a medium and just didn't realize it at the time. Like a lot of things that year, our relationship ended. Not exactly amicably, otherwise I would probably try to track her down and see if she recalls this whole thing. But also to see if she is in fact a medium, and if she still sees, for lack of a better phrase, dead people. One of the last things my girlfriend says to me that night while we're falling asleep is along the lines of, "He's here." And at the time, I just really didn't like that. I didn't show it, but yeah, that made me a little uneasy. I'll save the other stories for another time. Thanks for reading.
Alright, so check this out. I've had a few experiences throughout my life. Luckily, I've never actually seen one with my eyes, as I think I would go white and faint if I did, but I've had audio experiences and physical experiences too. This first story is from 12 or so years ago when I was in middle school. I used to have sleepovers at my best friend's house often. Being the curious kids we were, we started using a Ouija board. It would move and it would answer questions, but I was never really sure if my friend was just doing it or not. We started lighting a candle, turning off the lights, and closing the windows. We would always start with the same question: if there are any spirits in this house, please sway the candle fire. And a few seconds later, a breeze would come through and sway the candle left and right. We would ask questions and say, sway the candle fire for yes, or keep it still for no. I don't remember all of the questions we asked, but I'll always remember the moment when I asked, if you are real, make a sound. My friend had a drum set in his room, sitting to the right of us against the wall, perpendicular to the couch that we were on. Right after I said to make a sound, the snare drum went do, super loud. I remember not being scared, but just thinking, wow, okay, well, I got my answer. This stuff is real. I then asked again for it to make a quieter sound, and it did. It knocked 3 times on the floor beneath the couch. I think we wrapped it up after that, and from then on, whenever I'd sleep over, late at night, a pen or something would get thrown across the room, and we'd be like, was that you? And he had general haunting stuff happen, like the piano playing when no one else was home, Or when laundry was finished, the washer and dryer door would open on their own, as if the ghost was being like, "Yo, here you go, your clothes are done." Thinking back, as an adult now, I wish I would have asked so many more questions. I'm so curious. I wish I would have asked if it's true that ghosts are really spirits of the dead, or are you guys something entirely different that we have no idea about? Is heaven and hell real, or do you have no idea? What exactly are you? Where do you come from? Are you immortal? Can you travel amongst the universe, or are you bound to the grounds of the earth? Part of me wants to reconnect so I can try to ask those questions, but I know it's not worth the risk of bringing a haunting on myself.
I was kidnapped as a child by my father. Today I write this as a 36-year-old man, so you'll have to bear with me as the details of this story are vague and a blur. But I'll share what I remember. In the summer of 1993, I was in first grade. My parents had been divorced for many years, with my mother having sole custody. As a child, I barely remembered my father, but he would make his brief appearances or send gifts on Christmas or my birthdays. Seeing my dad always made me happy, as I was far too young to comprehend the complexities of a battered relationship or marriage. After school one day, I was shocked to come outside and see my father waiting for me. My grandma usually picked me up from school, but never my father. He had a small black car, a beater. He always seemed to dress nice, suspenders and slacks, hair pulled back into a tight ponytail. I remember getting in his car and smelling what I now know as an adult to be a clove. I later gathered that he had a habit of rolling his own cigarettes and that he must have been in a clove phase. There's a gap in time, and now it's nighttime, and I'm watching the fluorescent lights from miscellaneous stores fly by my passenger seat window. A gas station I can't remember, Brahms ice cream at an intersection, and more time lost. I'm now running around with another kid, in and out of yellow-lit apartment corridors. Some doors are open, and we go into one. There are kids in a back bedroom playing Sega. I watch as Sonic zips through the rings, and I listen to the familiar music that momentarily makes me feel safe. I suddenly realize I'm very alone with complete strangers and find my way back outside. Another gap. My belly is full from bean burritos, and I'm looking down a very dark hallway in my father's apartment. I'm standing next to an aquarium, giving blue ambient light that sits on my face. I want to go home. Something doesn't feel right. In an attempt to comfort me, my father gives me a toy flashlight that projects the Batman symbol. I shine it down the black hallway. The cheap plastic of the switch fidgets and stubbornly slides, clicking on and off. My father is on the phone, and he's upset, voice raised. I apologize for not knowing what happened next, but I can confidently say that I was safely returned by my father. My mother had no idea where he lived, and would sometimes drive around at night in an effort to find the mentioned landmarks to trigger my memory. I haven't thought much about this until tonight, and it really made me feel wrong and uncomfortable. As you may have guessed, I don't have a relationship with him.
My grandparents' house was built in the 1500s. I don't live there, but I've slept there enough to know that it's haunted. I'm also currently sleeping at my grandparents'. Anyway, many people have died here and everyone has seen things here. The most recent experience was last night, and this happens all the time. But when you're in the downstairs bathroom, you can hear footsteps. They start far away and get closer and closer until they sound right outside the door. I often run out halfway through brushing my teeth. I'm so scared. I'm not the only one that hears it either. My brother does too. He even explained how it sounds like heels. As I said, there are so many other stories. Like once, while in the hallway, I heard a man in my left ear saying, "Hello." No TVs were on or radios. I, of course, ran once again as I'm just scared of stuff like that. You also hear the front door opening and closing even when it's locked. We hear footsteps upstairs like animals. My grandparents did own over 10 animals and it sounds like a dog running, but they weren't upstairs. I often see cats walking about, ones that aren't actually there, and we see people walking up the stairs and in the hallways. I promise on my life that none of this is made up. I'm not sure if they're good spirits or not, but they definitely freak me out, especially the men. The ones that speak, like that first one in the living room, we all hear voices, including friends that come over and don't know anything about the ghosts. I don't mind them being about, as I know it was probably once their house and we don't want to push them out of their house, but man, many other things have happened. I'm not going into detail as I'm actually kind of getting freaked out right now, as I feel like someone's hovering over me, watching.
My family and I were recently on a trip in Glasgow. We stayed in this fantastic hotel that had obviously been around a while. Lots of plaques and photos of famous people who had stayed there, etc. The first night, I woke up, though not abruptly, really, but to what I can only describe as a presence. I heard distinctly, and by that I mean somehow the words entered my brain, but it wasn't quite a voice per se. But I heard someone say, "I'm watching you." But it wasn't scary at all somehow. It was absolutely matter of fact. I don't have any other experiences like this, and I've always thought of myself as a big scaredy cat, so I have no idea how I fell back to sleep. Not only that, I woke up the next day feeling great, and I didn't even remember to tell anyone. The morning following the next night, my mom, who was sharing a room with me, says at breakfast, "You all aren't going to believe me, but I swear someone was in our room last night." I remember thinking, just be still and let them finish whatever they're doing. Needless to say, this jogged my memory, and I relayed my experience. The fact that we had two independent experiences in the same room, it kind of confirms for me that something is in that hotel. I asked the staff right before we left, and they kind of smiled and said, "Not sure, but you're not the first to mention this."
Okay, so this story takes place a couple of years back at my mother's house. I remember getting a Ouija board at a Walmart. This was probably like 2016 or 2017. I had a friend with me that day and we played with it a couple of hours after buying it. It was still daylight outside. As I expected, nothing happened or came out of the experience for a couple of days. After we were done playing, we said goodbye and placed the Ouija board in a closet, which was at the foot of my bunk bed. I remember one night around 1 a.m. a few days later, I awoke to something tingling and felt touching at my feet. Now let me just say this, there was no fan on and this has never happened previously. I also had no pets in the room at the time. I was completely alone. I will never mess with that stuff again. I threw it away the next morning, and I remember sleeping in the living room that night. Again, there could have been many explanations as to why this happened, but Who knows? Just a strange experience that possibly could have been paranormal.
I've had several strange things occur, often enough throughout my lifetime to no longer just pass them off as coincidence or something other than it is. I grew up in households of many different religions, and from a young age I showed great interest in spirituality and other religions. People in my family, or in direct contact with those practicing religion, it would range from Catholic to occult. My grandmother was overly religious, and she spent nights awake reading the Bible and praying. This is just some background on how I grew up. Spiritually, I spent a great deal of time with other families who practiced occult and Wiccan practices. Anyway, whatever, you get the point. So, I love nature. Water is soothing, and the woods. I collect crystal quartz and stones that are meant for different uses, such as healing. My husband and I were at a state rec type area, way out of our area, looking for such stones. As I was sitting on the ground, digging away, a woman and a younger girl approached and questioned what I was doing. The young girl lost interest fast, but the older woman she was with, she had remained. I showed her what I had collected and even offered one as a gift. Her face kind of washed over like she was dazed out a bit. She took the stone and said how she would keep it and forever remember the moment. She went on to tell me how beautiful I was and how my eyes radiated life and light and how I'm such an inspiration for some people. She went on about my eyes and other things. I was rather surprised, but remained humble and managed to appear not as dumbfounded by her as I was. I never really experienced anything like it before. She really did seem like she'd gone into a daze, though, prior to. Another odd encounter, well, 2 odd encounters. My husband and I frequent a local weekly farmer's market. We generally start up at the top of the building so that he can run to use the bathroom. I stand outside and patiently wait. I'm an anxious and empathetic person, so I try to just keep to myself as I wait. So I'm just standing there, probably staring at the floor or something, and this guy comes out of the bathroom and just stands beside me. Okay, whatever. I look up and he looks at me and says, "Going to be a full moon tonight." Said something else about luck, and I just sort of stood there, looking at him. Husband comes out of the bathroom and we head off. A short while later, this man and another man walk by. The man who spoke to me earlier looked my way and said something to the other guy I couldn't catch, and then said, "I'd know her anywhere." Okay, next up. Different time. I travel a lot and we like to visit odd places. We stopped at this radio place where an older woman walked people through for a tour. Her husband had collected them and had passed away. There was a smaller shed building and then a garage. I'd gone in this shed just a moment and then left my husband to go back to the truck. After a short while, he and the woman came out of the shed. She walked over to me with her hands cupped, kind of shyly, and said she had a gift for me. I said, "Oh yeah, a gift?" And I put my hands out in front of her, where she placed a beaded Christmas spider. She didn't really say much other than there was information about them online. I got out of the truck to follow them along the garage. I had the gift in my hand. I swear, when I walked through that garage, I felt all these tiny little spiderweb threads tickling my legs and arms. I was brushing at my legs as though to, brush them away. No one else seemed to notice. Even after going back outside, I'd mentioned it to my husband. He brushed me off like I did the webs.
When I was 19, I got a job working security at a haunted house in my smallish town. Naturally, this was around Halloween time, and the event was relatively busy throughout the season. Despite what happened my second week, I stayed through Halloween. As security, we were there before the house opened, and for a few hours after closing, too. Mainly just to make sure no kids were left behind and secure the premises before leaving. The first week was pretty uneventful. I was busy trying to make sure that I knew what I was doing, so focused on not screwing up that I wasn't really even taking in the attractions themselves. One of our jobs was to walk through everything 40 minutes or so, once large crowds had left the house and before a new crowd was let in. This was to give actors a chance to switch or use facilities, but also acted as a time to clear out anyone who wasn't supposed to be in there. One evening, about 2 weeks into the job, I was tasked with checking the third floor, the top floor of this haunted mansion. Honestly, I didn't find the place to be too creepy. I saw it with lights on before opening, and it was mainly just a creepy-looking house, but I didn't feel like anything was off. Not until this night, anyway. I was making my way up the stairs, flashlight out in front as I reached the top, and two of the actors brushed by me, likely to use the restroom or to get some air. There's just 3 actors up there in total, so I look around to see where the third one is. I notice that over near the window, which is covered in newspaper and fake blood, there's someone standing. It doesn't look like the woman in white, who I was expecting to see. It's someone clearly dressed in all black. I start to move my light towards the black figure in the corner when suddenly I feel someone brush their fingertips over the top of my ear. It was such a specific feeling I whipped around expecting to see one of the actors, but nobody was there. I whipped back around towards the figure near the window, but the figure's gone. There's nothing there. Nothing or no one is anywhere. I just sort of pace around the room and then start looking around and realize there's just no way anyone could be hiding in here. A few moments later, all 3 of the actors come marching up the stairs, the lady in white included. I asked them, "What the heck? Were all 3 of you gone this whole time?" And they all tell me, yeah, they were gone. I wasn't sure what I was expecting to hear, but damn, that wasn't it. One of the actors asks me why I look so scared, which I wasn't aware of, but I told them I swear I saw someone else up here during the time that they were all gone. And they sort of smile, all 3 of them, and they say, "You know this place is actually super haunted, right?" I said no, I didn't know that. We chatted for a couple of minutes, and the lady in white said that when she would sit in the rocking chair near the window, she'd feel something beginning to get closer to her. Even swore that when it was dark, she'd see something much darker standing right next to her. The other actors attested to feeling weird brushes of air and the feeling of being watched. How had I not heard about this before? I guess I never cared to ask, really, and up until that point, nothing had felt quite as dark, or I guess as haunted as that third floor felt. And like I said, I kept working through the season, but I almost always traded with someone if I was tasked with closing down the third floor. There was just no way I was going to be the last one in that room for the night, alone.
Recently, I visited some family in Michigan. I do this every 4 months, and this time I was visiting with a friend who we'll call Jason. We got there around 5 in the afternoon, and we moved our luggage into the house. We said hello to everyone and started a barbecue outside. Around 9 or 10, the family decided to play flashlight tag out in the woods. As stupid as it sounds, it was actually a hobby of ours every time I'd visit. So we all had our flashlights and went into the woods. No one could think of a hiding spot, so Jason and I climbed this enormous tree to the near top of it, where the branches actually managed to hold our weight. In the distance, we saw flashes of light and them flailing around, the result of the taggers finding new people. Almost an hour had passed, and I assumed that they went inside for a break since there was no visible light coming from the backyard. Another hour has passed, and me and Jason joke around that they'd forgotten about us. After a good 30 minutes of talking, we were playing around with the flashlights, turning them on and off. Out of boredom, I went up higher in the tree, and Jason followed close. The branches became weak, and I'd wondered when they would break, but surprisingly they didn't. I shone my light further in the woods, and I spotted a dark object moving along the line of brush. I shrugged it off as natural wildlife, and then I heard barking in the direction of the bush. It sounded like a dog, but it was off. It sounded more like a human at the end. Assuming it was someone's dog, I also shrugged it off. Then I shone the light down near a few trees next to the one we were on. I saw this massive dog, 6 feet tall. I remember exactly what it looked like. Pitch black fur. It was tangled near the head. Bloodshot eyes. Cold black pupils. I realized this when all of a sudden it snapped its head in our direction, and Jason and I froze. It let out an unearthly howl, and it started barking and circling the tree. We stayed up there most of the night. When the sun started to come up, we hauled ass back to the house. At the house, there was a note saying that they had to leave for the hospital. One of the children had been sick. There was a spare key under the mat, so we let ourselves in. I quickly locked the doors and windows. Me and Jason went up to our room and we started playing board games. When the family came home later in the morning, we shared our story, but they laughed it off, said it was someone's dog. But when we got there, none of the neighbors had dogs, not that I knew of. When nightfall came, I heard distant howling in the woods. Jason motioned to turn off the light, and I did. The nights there were sleepless. The circling of paws around the house, and the distant howling in the woods when everyone was asleep. Eventually, we left. And on the radio, I heard this old song about the Wolfman of Michigan. Driving away from the house, I looked back and I saw the quote-unquote dog standing upright on the house's roof, staring in our direction. My buddies and I have a YouTube and TikTok where we go to places with urban legends, ghost stories, and we get wasted there on camera. We live in the Louisville area, so we recently hit a lot of major spots in the area and decided to finish it off with Iroquois Park. We'd known all of the stories. The headless woman who's supposed to appear on foggy nights, the serial killers who ended their victims' lives, etc. So, we pull up to the park late at night with our film and our lighting equipment. Keep in mind, we hadn't had a drop at this moment. We're walking on the closed road in the park, and right away, you can tell that the real danger in coming to this park at night is the pure isolation you have at the top of the hill. And while it's supposed to be a beautiful nighttime view, any Louisvillian will tell you not to go at night. We get to the top after walking about an hour, and it's apparent that my buddies are just as sketched out as I am, so we decide to do a full lap before we set up. We're about halfway through the lap, having heard the dogs barking. We saw the fog, and we even smelt burning wood, when we stumble upon a point with a large stone wall. In the dark, it looked to us like there was a figure sitting on the wall, swaying back and forth, but much taller than the average person. I immediately get freaked out and I say, on camera, I see somebody by the wall. We turn our lights off, and we sit for a second, trying to work out the figure in the dark. I start to turn around thinking that it was a homeless person up to no good, but my friend on camera decides to approach it. By the time we get to the point of where it was sitting, there's nothing there. It scared the shit out of me. Not sure how scared my buddies were, because I couldn't see their faces in the dark. Not sure what it was, but in that moment, it got our hearts pumping.
When I was 10, my dog Misty disappeared. A month passed and I came home from school one day to find her collar sitting on our front porch steps. In a rush of excitement, I burst through the door, asking my mom if Misty came home, showing her the collar I just found. My mom's reaction to seeing it did not inspire the same joy I had. Instead, she walked from window to window, using 2 fingers to separate the blinds and peering out of them before telling me, "No, Misty hasn't returned yet." Later that week, however, I'm at the table eating dinner and going over my spelling words for the test the next day. Sitting at my kitchen table, my back faces the door that leads to the backyard. My mom's behind me, reading the list of words, when I hear the dog door flap up and Misty's paw clip-clop onto the kitchen floor. When I spin around, I'm overcome with tears seeing my dog return. My mom stands speechless as I jump out of my chair and drop to my knees to hug Misty. But when I get close, her hair stands up and she starts growling at me, like she didn't recognize my scent. I stood up just before she lunged at me. The quick reflexes of my mom saved me from getting mauled, kicking Misty away mid-air as she leapt towards me. Now crying and running toward my bedroom, I can hear my mom yelling and struggling with the dog before Misty howls and exits out the dog door again and into the yard. A trail of blood leading from the kitchen through the hallway into the bathroom is what I followed after leaving my bedroom to check on my mom. When I find her, she's in the bathroom digging under the sink for medical supplies to wrap the wounds she's sustained from Misty. Her forearms shredded with lacerations and bite marks from trying to block Misty's teeth from reaching her face. Wincing through the pain, I watch my mom sit on the edge of the bathtub and wrap the parts of skin and muscle torn out when Misty pulled. Multiple layers of wrap, and each one soaks with blood within a matter of seconds after being placed. I say we need to call 911, but my mom tells me we're not paying for an ambulance. Instead, she has me dig through her purse for the car keys and grabs our coats. With everything hastily collected, we head toward the front door. I run to open the door for my mom. We're both stuttered by the sight of Misty sitting in the front yard. We both walk to the window and just stare at this dog as it sits frozen in the yard, its eyes fixed on the front door, until she noticed us in the window. Then she began staring back in our direction. Misty's gaze prompts my mom to push me back with her hips and pull the shades down. The wrap on my mom's arm was completely red and began dripping through when she attempted to open the door to see how Misty would react. She hasn't left her spot in the yard, but the blood loss is beginning to make my mom woozy, each minute becoming more precious than the last. The door opens and is instantly slammed back as we see Misty launch to her feet and charge at the door. My mom had already locked the back dog door before she ran to the bathroom. We heard Misty start scratching at it. We tried again to go out the front door, but again, each time we'd open the door, Misty would rip around the side of the house before either of us could get a foot past the front step. Each time, us tumbling back inside and slamming the door right as she would reach the front step, coming our way. More time passes, and we're sitting on the couch when I start to see my mom's eyes roll back into her head, and her body start to slump on the couch. Her responses sound labored, and at that point, I didn't care if the devil himself was in that ambulance. I grabbed the phone and called 911. Not knowing how medical billing works at that age, I don't disclose my mom's name while talking to the operator. Instead, I tell her there's a woman I don't know dying in my house. When I hear police and ambulance sirens heading our direction, I hop off the couch and look out the window. Misty's sitting back in her spot. The first vehicles to reach our driveway are the cops. Years and years later, I'm still trying to wrap my head around what happened next. When the cop cars park and the two officers get out of their cars, Misty gets up and starts wagging her tail, acting sweet to the officers. They both ignore her and dash past the dog with blood in its fur to the door. I let them in and they start trying to wake my mom up. One of the cops runs back to his patrol car to get his medipack. Both there and back, Misty still wags her tail, trying to act playful with the cop, tripping him up and slowing his stride before getting gently pushed away. While the cops are trying to keep my mom conscious, I remain at the window in utter disbelief at this dog's behavioral transformation. Then, the ambulance begins speeding down our long driveway toward the house. Misty's wagging tail falls limp, and her paws leave imprints in the dirt when she hit her sprint for the fence, bounding over it, meeting the ambulance head-on as it neared the last dozen yards of our driveway, her body violently striking the front bumper, going under both the front and rear tires. Seeing that brought the tears back to my cheeks. Writing this, thinking about it, it still makes me emotional. The paramedics were horrified and apologized profusely when they came into the house. My mom had lost a lot of blood and would need to be rushed to the hospital. The bite was so traumatic, it had actually broken the ulna bone in her arm, along with hundreds of stitches in an attempt to re-graft the skin. She lived close to 50 years past that incident, though the scarring of her arm did lead her to a bout of depression and alcoholism almost immediately after the surgery. Thankfully, someone at her work had a wife who was a therapist. She counseled my mom until she was able to better cope with the mental trauma of this. It wasn't an end-all cure-all. The sounds of dogs barking would still send my mom into a panic attack from time to time over the years. The animals I was able to keep as pets narrowed down to palm size or smaller until I moved to college and got a snake. I, too, never got another dog. But I still do have my red-tailed boa. He's 30 years old and still going strong. I'd say I made the right choice.
When I was 6 or 7 years old, I experienced something that I've never really been able to explain, at least not logically. When my mom was still alive, she used to say that I must have seen a ghost. Yeah, maybe, but it was more than that too. I'd been sitting outside near the chain link fence, just past the playset at my after-school daycare. I don't know what I was thinking about. Probably my last truly innocent, childlike thought. But my real memory, it starts when I'm suddenly drawn to a girl who was standing in the middle of the road. She seemed to appear out of nowhere. She was around my age, maybe younger, just standing there, facing the playground, facing me. No parents around. She looked like she'd been hurt. She looked odd. It wasn't like I could see blood. The color of whatever covered her was muted, like the rest of her, almost like the color of dirt. And her skin, it was gray. At the time, I'd never seen what a dead person or a ghost was supposed to look like. But when I was about 10 or 11, I accidentally saw a movie called Night Watch. The deceased in that movie, the grayish, greenish tone, that's what this girl had. I instantly thought of that girl when I saw it, like I do most times that death comes up, or ghosts, or a lot of things, really. Anyway, I watched as the little girl suddenly disappeared. I looked for her, getting up from the ground and walking closer to the fence. Looking right and left, I saw no one. And then I felt something push past me. It sort of knocks me over, but I brace myself with my hands, and I end up rocking myself back into a seated position. I look, and just past me is the same little girl. She came from inside the playground, but she looks different, still muted, but not hurt. She's chasing after something. She's chasing whatever it is right into the middle of the road, where I'd originally seen her. I turn and look at everybody else outside. No one seems to notice. And suddenly, I hear so much noise behind me, but I'm too afraid to turn back and look. I hear a sound I can't describe, and tires screeching on the road, screaming, coming from children, adults, but I can't see any of them. My ears are just filled with this noise, and when I look towards the road, I don't see any cars or people. I just see the little girl. She's hurt again. More noise added to the background. Sirens, crowds. It's deafening. A few moments after I made eye contact with the little girl, I start to feel really sick, and I guess scared. I was filled with this sort of icy cold, hot feeling. It's reminiscent from when I had the flu and my fever was all over the place. I maintained eye contact with the girl, even throughout feeling so ill. I was already sitting on the ground, but I then felt myself begin to lay on the ground, as did the girl. I felt the wood chips scratch my face as I sort of fell into them. Before I knew it, I was closing my eyes. I felt so relaxed, but I remember also thinking, I can't possibly sleep right now. I'm not tired. For several moments, it feels like magnets are keeping my eyes closed. I can't open them to see if the girl is still there, yet through my closed eyes, I can feel her. I also felt my body run entirely cold. It was like I was dipped into ice, but it didn't cause my body to move as I'd expect. Instead, I was just lying there with my eyes closed. And though I was relaxed, I tried to call out, to make some sort of noise. Someone has to see that I'm laying down. A teacher, a friend, someone. The noise filling my ears became muted, like the colors of the girl. They were still there, but quieter, as though someone was turning down the volume on a movie or radio. Suddenly, I let myself fall asleep, if you will, and the noise, it just trailed off entirely until it was silent. It's as though I don't care or I don't remember what's happened. It's hard to say which it was or even what happened next. I do know that I hadn't really been asleep. I could hear my surroundings change. The sound of my real surroundings began to fill my ears. A lady I didn't recognize was standing over me, asking if I was okay, grabbing my hands and attempting to lift me up. I was so confused. I kept looking in the street for this girl, for the scene. I told the lady what I had seen, trying to get it all out like it was a dream I may forget. Except I didn't forget. Not that day, not that year, not so many years later. I've never forgotten this experience. The older I've gotten, the wilder this whole thing feels. The lady didn't dismiss me, though. She gave me a snack and asked me what the girl looked like, her hair, her clothes. So I told her all the details I could remember. Brown hair, black pants with some sort of stripe, a gray sweater or jacket. She wrote it all down. I remember thinking she was going to show my mom. Part of me was wondering if I was in trouble, and the other part of me was wondering, had this lady seen the little girl too? What's sort of strange is that the lady never did tell my mom. I can't tell you how nervous I was. I had this feeling that what I saw was unbelievable. I just also knew it was 100% something that had really happened. I wasn't making it up. I just never wanted my mom to be mad at me, which is so funny because she truly never was mad at me for much of anything. Anyway, I waited for my mom to ask me about it, but when she never did ask, and instead asked me what was wrong, I ended up telling her on the way home that day, and several days moving forward in life. The first time, she was sort of shocked at what I was telling her, but she didn't seem scared or anything. And most important, she was sure that I wasn't crazy. She was sure that I wasn't lying. I was filled with relief. I'd let myself breathe again. And then I just let her try to make me feel better. I let her tell me all of her thoughts. And those thoughts, they remained the same for the most part. Her opinion and thoughts about the whole thing. Her whole life, she remained pretty firm that I'd seen a ghost. The daycare, it doesn't exist anymore. That entire street and half-mile radius is filled with various shopping malls. Nothing has ever come up on Google, and I can't find anything about a girl losing her life like that, 1988 or before. When I was a little older, my mom added to her theory, saying that she thought I'd seen the ghost of someone who'd lost their life, most likely at that daycare, most likely before there was a fence. She used to say that some people have gifts, that I could be one of those people. I never understood that as a child, as a teen. It never felt like a gift, more like a curse. However, as an adult, my real experience and my mom's confidence in what it was has left me with a sense of peace instead of angst. I only wish I could really know her name, because is it strange that I feel her name was Sarah? I mean, I know it's Sarah, but Sarah who? Either way, I hope she's at peace.
When my grandmother passed in 2012, shortly after, we experienced some random things. Things such as an electric toothbrush randomly turning on and falling into the sink. Phantom knocking at the door. Today at work, my friend mentions she thinks her grandmother's spirits is haunting her apartment, and the whole thing is freaking out her cat. I tell her I'm a believer and proceed to share my grandma story about my own weird experiences after her funeral. I was driving out of a small-town cemetery in Texas, just minutes after laying my grandma to rest, when out of nowhere, the car radio turns on. The car was brand new and had never done that before, and never did it again after. I wish we had paid more attention to the song or what the lyrics were, but we were all too shocked to pay attention. I told my friend how I've always wondered if the radio thing was a sign from my grandma or some other spirit that was in the cemetery with us. Fast forward to tonight. My fiancé, who was at the funeral and in the car that day, was laying in bed with me, getting ready to go to sleep. We're surfing the internet on our phones in a quiet house when out of nowhere, our dog, who was dead asleep, wakes up and starts intensely growling at our bathroom. This progresses to intense, scared barking, hair raised and body positioned in alert. She is now standing in our bed and completely fixated at the dark bathroom. She's never done this before, and we both just have the vibes that something is here. We're freaking and know we shouldn't be. We know our house isn't haunted. We've never had anything happen here. It's new construction built on a lot with no significant history or previous structure. But we both agree there's a vibe in the air. It's almost electric, and the dog is freaking us out even more. I make my fiancé close the door because I'm not looking into that black abyss all night. He notes how the bathroom feels extra cold when he comes back. My left ear starts ringing with a buzz when out of nowhere we hear faint moaning sounds coming from inside the bathroom. Twice. There's no denying as we both heard it. The first time I wasn't sure, but his face said everything the second time I heard it. We both knew it was real and inexplicably coming from inside the room. I'm freaked. He's freaked. I have this nagging feeling to look up my grandmother's obituary online. I don't know why. Maybe because I talked about her earlier in the day. A quick Google search pulls it up. The first sentence says, "Laid to rest August 25th, 2012. As in today. Maybe it's a coincidence. Maybe I'm reading into it too much. In my gut feeling, I just feel it was her, and I meant to tell my mom about it." The day after that happened, my fiancé says that he awoke the next night to someone wiggling his big toe. He said he panicked and jumped basically on top of me. He was so freaked out. But the weird thing is, he said I didn't move or wake. He looked around and nothing was there. He thought it might have been our dog, but she was fast asleep on the floor across the room. He said he pulled the covers up, rolled over, and tried not to think about it. My grandmother was a very nice person, and I have fond memories of my time with her. As for my dog's reaction, my grandmother never knew my dog. Either way, nothing else weird since, and the odd feeling in the air seems to have left our home.
I've been a custodial supervisor at a college for the last 7 years. Before that, I was a custodian at the same college for 7 years. I've cleaned and been in every building on campus from early mornings to late at night. And I've seen and heard a lot of things in the last 14 years since I started working here. One of the buildings that I used to clean wasn't a huge building. It has 3 floors with 2 classrooms on each floor. One on the east and the other on the west side of the building. Now, to get to the classrooms, there is a staircase in the middle of the building with a heavy metal glass door that leads to a small hallway, a couple of offices, and the classroom. In the first few months that I'd been cleaning this building, everything was pretty quiet. Till one morning, when I was on the 3rd floor, cleaning one of my last classrooms for the day. I'd been wiping down a table when out of the corner of my eye, I see a man standing to the left of me. He had on a greenish-yellow striped sweater, and I remember thinking in that split moment that it looked like something from the 70s or something. Thinking a student got there early for class, I tell him, "Sorry, I'll be finished in a minute." And as I'm saying this, I turn my head all the way to face him, and no one is there. There was nowhere for anyone to go. I even checked the building. I was still the only person there. To top it off, the front door was still locked. I told my husband, who works as a custodian at the college with me. Of course, he didn't believe me completely, thought I was seeing things. That is, until the following year, it became his building to clean in the mornings. He calls me one day, freaking out, because he was in the classroom on the second floor, which was right under the classroom I saw someone in. He heard what sounded like someone right above him, walking around, moving things like chairs, and just making a ruckus. This happened to him at least twice. Right away, he'd go up the stairs, thinking the same thing as I did. A student came in early. He would go up there to grab the trash and do a quick clean, and he'd find the classroom still locked and completely empty. I was staying at my partner's house, who had not long ago come out of an abusive relationship. She was moving out of the house, and a few boxes were in the bedroom we were sleeping in. She had a 6-year-old who was with us at the time, sleeping in his room. I woke up during the dark, early hours of the morning, and I heard him shuffling about at the bottom of the bed. I kept my head slightly under the covers and my eyes shut, as, to be honest, I didn't want to have to deal with a 6-year-old, and I was hoping he'd wake up his mom. After 3 or 4 minutes, I started to think that this wasn't him, as he hadn't tried to wake either of us up, just moving around at the bottom of the bed. Then I panicked. The ex. I started to worry for all of us at this point, and then I heard the footsteps I'd been listening to suddenly stomp and rush up the side of the bed. My partner's side of the bed. That was enough for me. I screamed as I flicked the bedside light on, expecting a confrontation. However, there was no one there in the lit room. No son, no ex. In the next few seconds, both myself and my now awake girlfriend then heard footsteps, almost running, going back down her side toward the bottom of the bed and across the room. To top off the experience, the set of boxes where the footstep sound ended suddenly tilted and rocked as if someone had run straight into them. I have no explanation for what happened. My girlfriend had never experienced anything in the house before. My father grew up in the mountain hills of Jalisco, Mexico. During his childhood, they grew up in a small adobe house, and they had to help with work to bring money and food home. One night, after making it home from working with my grandfather, he went to sleep. He was awakened by what he recalls as just a small person that asked him to put on his shoes and follow him. He had something he wanted to give him, but they had to go on a walk to where it was. My father said he put his shoes on and followed the small person through the trees, past a field, a small creek, and arrived at a tree. This little person points at the foot of the tree, tells my father the treasure is there and it's for him. Where? My father replies.
In the ground. I have a treasure I would like for you to have.
He awoke on his bed mat at home in the morning, confused. He looks over and notices his shoes with some mud. He ends up telling one of his brothers what had happened and that they should go and dig for the treasure. They arrived at the location. The tree stood there, just like in my father's dream. They begin to dig, and after a couple of hours, they're tired and giving up. The dirt is hard, and they dug about 1.5 meters down, maybe a little more. They were around the age of 9 and not that tall, so for them, that hole looked deep. They headed home, disappointed. Around a year passes, and a rancher nearby all of a sudden has become really wealthy. No one around knows from where or how he came into this money, as he was as poor and worked just the same as everyone else in the area. People start telling their own versions of how they believe he came into this money. One of these tales mentions that he came across a treasure. My father, hearing this, remembers his treasure, the one that he never dug up, and he heads over as soon as he gets the chance. To my father's surprise, the hole looked like it had already been dug, and not too long ago. Maybe about half a meter or more than they had dug. If they would have just dug a little further down, that treasure would have been theirs. But of course, then I don't think I would be here. And his life, well, it would have just gone in a totally different direction. Either way, my father's encounter, I think it was some sort of leprechaun. This happened a few years ago. My mom had an ex-boyfriend who died in a motorcycle accident, and it happened to be the 20-year anniversary of his death. That night, I ran into the store to get a few things. My mom stayed out in the car and waited for me. My mom used to work at the store, and I grew up going there, so it's safe to say that we knew almost everyone there. So it wasn't a surprise that when I came out, I saw a guy sitting in the passenger seat next to my mom. I just thought that it was one of the guys who worked there. I walked up to the car and I bent down to look through the window to see who it was that my mom was talking to, but no one was there. Within less than a minute, it took me to walk to the car. No one was in there except my mom. So I get in, sit down, and I feel ice-cold air go right through me. So I turn to my mom and I ask her 2 questions. 1, had you been talking to one of the guys from the store just a minute ago? She gave me a weird look and said no. Question number 2, did you have the AC on in the car? Her response, no. And I left it at that. I didn't say a word to her about what I saw until a couple of months later. As soon as I told her, she went and pulled out her old high school yearbook and opened it to a page, and I pointed at a picture. And I told her, that's who I saw sitting next to you. She looked at the picture and said, yep, that's him. I went on telling her that he looked kind of grumpy. She explained that he always did. It was just the way that he was. Without ever meeting this guy, I never saw his picture before. I didn't even know his real name, only a nickname. I was able to point out her dead ex-boyfriend in her yearbook. I have no doubt in my mind that it was him sitting next to her that night. This happened to me when I was 18. I was laying in bed, trying to go to sleep. It was really quiet. And all of a sudden, I heard this little girl humming. I don't have any brothers or sisters. The girl sounded like she was trying to hum Green Sleeves, or the tune to What Child Is This? I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I thought it was just my mind playing tricks on me because it was so quiet. But then the humming grew louder. The humming was from a little girl, but the hums, they were broken, as if she was trying to remember a song. So she was trying her best. It definitely sounded like Green Sleeves. My mind panicked, and the first thing that flew out of my mouth was, no, 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 this is not happening. Nope, not tonight. I jumped out of bed, still saying nope, and putting in a DVD to drown out the little girl. I remember saying, nope, I feel sorry for you, but I can't help you. Please leave me alone. After hurriedly putting the movie in, don't laugh, it was Three Stooges, the old movies, something loud, silly. I literally cranked the volume up to the max, and I got back into bed, and I let the sucker play all night like that. My heart was beating so fast, and I remember just praying the humming would go away. I went to sleep. It eventually stopped. The next morning, I had to tell my mom. I told her everything. When she asked me what song the girl was trying to sing, I said Greensleeves, and I tried to show her how she hummed it. So I began humming. After I stopped, the little girl began humming again, louder, showing exactly how she sung it. My mom's eyes widened, and the hair on the back of my neck stood up. After around 15 seconds, she stopped humming. I never have heard the girl again. It's been 7 years. I hope I never do. My family has had experiences with ghosts before, and I have had paranormal experiences as well. But this case was just terrifying because the ghost acknowledged me. I don't know if it had anything to do with the house, since it was fairly new. I have heard that in our area, there's the ghost of a girl that travels from home to home every so often. As a young man, I loved climbing mountains, and this is an amazing encounter that happened to me on one climbing expedition. We'd left a hut late one night. The intention was to summit a mountain in a single long push by climbing right through the night. It was bad weather in the middle of winter, and there was deep snow, and we were trying to find our way through a maze of crevasses on a glacier. I remember the howling wind and clouds moving rapidly through the sky as the bulk of the mountain loomed over us. There was a full moon which would hide behind the clouds before emerging again. I remember seeing a man moving up the slope below us. The first thing that struck me was he didn't have a headlamp on. I yelled over the wind at my climbing partner, "Let's go talk to this guy." "What guy?" "That guy." I pointed down at the figure moving towards us. "What guy?" At this point, I remember losing it. "That fucking guy, right there." And at that point, I looked down to see absolutely nothing. Thinking that he had fallen into a crevasse, we walked down, but we never found any tracks. In the years since, I've heard reports of similar encounters in the area. In fact, recently, the bones of a deceased climber from the 1970s were discovered melted out of the ice. And the news reports reminded me of my mysterious climber from that night. You've heard from me before. My buddies and I have a YouTube TikTok channel where we go to urban legend hotspots with a 12-pack. We do it about every week. And this week, we got a lead from my college ethics teacher on a potential ghost town, an abandoned hospital out in the woods of West Point, Kentucky. It's about a 45-minute drive from Louisville. Our lead was from a website that I'd found with photos and exact coordinates of where it was on the road in the middle of nowhere. However, we quickly realized how sketchy the situation was once we got closer. We were nervous. The road that we had chosen to try to find the place was basically on Fort Knox property, and every turn we took was either gated off by Fort Knox or or closed with a sign saying, "Surveilled by the military." We eventually made it to a location called Bridges of the Past. It was foggy as hell, and you could walk under the bridges. But it was the canopy of trees that made it look like something out of Hollywood. We were hearing all sorts of unexplainable noises. Plus, there was a train trestle with a passing train overhead, so the screeching of the tracks was adding another layer to the already overwhelming sound. Keep in mind, the two of us were by ourselves, with no weapons for self-defense, basically lost, and we were overwhelmed by the amount of noises by the bridge. Plus, we were trying to find a hidden driveway to a location where hundreds of children could still be buried, so we were rightfully in our heads a little. As more time passed, the sketchy feeling didn't, and we were used to being sketched out, but something felt unsafe. We decided that it would be safer to scope out the long way around sunset the next day and try to find the hospital without looking over our shoulder for Fort Knox soldiers. Makes you wonder if anything has happened to anyone trying to find the hospital. With the military in the way, wonder if they made it. About a year ago, I was in my room doing pretty much nothing. All I remember was needing my mother for something. Instinctively, I went to go look for her. The house felt empty, but I still decided to find my mom. I checked every room that I thought that she might have been in, which was stupid of me by checking her room last. I opened the door to her room, and I saw her sleeping in her bed. I asked her if she was awake, because I wasn't the smartest child, and she responded, "I'm right here." After speaking to her about what I wanted her to help with, she didn't respond. I assumed that she'd fallen asleep again, so I left the room. 3 hours later, I heard the front door open. My mind thought it was my dad, since they both work at the same job and usually finish at the same time. But it was my mother. I felt confused, so I went to check her room. After finding nobody asleep, my mother asked me what was wrong. I shrugged it off and thought I was seeing things. But I swear, I saw someone, breathing. Someone was talking to me, responding. Now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure no one was home. I think we let something in my house. So my friends and I were all hanging out. There were 5 of us, and later only 4. Due to a power outage, we resorted to playing board games with candles lit and flashlights out. My sister suggested that we try to summon a ghost and shit like that, as a joke, or just to have some fun and occupy the time. We all decided to go along with it for the time being, and we started by joining hands and inviting spirits to join us, or whatever we'd read online on how to summon things. We did this multiple times in 2 separate rooms, and it started with us hearing noises that could have very well been creaks or knocks from my house being old. But I started being convinced that it wasn't coincidence. We would hear noise whenever asking for signs, and only then. We weren't getting much, so we all just started hanging out and talking in the family room like normal. After a while of just hanging out and talking, everyone in the room froze as my bathroom door at the end of the hallway slammed shut. Everyone was quiet, and I started getting excited as we actually had proof of something. So now, everyone in the room was on board that something was with us, and it was pretty undeniable by this point. Our 5th friend ended up leaving after this, so it was only the 4 of us left. We came to the conclusion a majority of the activity was coming from around the hallway, so we decided to move into the hallway and try to communicate with whatever was there. We sat down and asked for signs. Our friend said that he heard noises coming from the kitchen, but the rest of us didn't hear anything. So I asked for more signs. Then, clear as day, all of us heard a noise like a sigh, and everyone freaked out as they heard it. My sister actually managed to get an audio recording of the noise, but I'm not sure how to go about sharing that. Everyone had to calm down, and as we calmed down, we decided to leave the house. As I'm writing this, I haven't gone back yet. So I don't normally hop on Reddit for any type of story I have, but this freaked me out. I was out walking my dog at about 2:30 p.m. sharp on Tuesday, and I walked past my neighbor's house, who's a good friend of mine. And I see a man standing inside. He's bald, about 6'1", chubby, has a suit with a hat on. Now, this is a female neighbor, and she lives alone. Now I'm thinking maybe she has company over and she's out doing something. Either way, I mind my own business and I keep walking. I stop at the stop sign down the street, let my dog use the bathroom. I got home, and oddly enough, I got a call from that neighbor. You can't make this shit up, I swear. And we spark up a normal conversation about how everything's going. And I mention, I saw a man in your house. I explained how he looked. Asked if she had company over. She stopped and paused for a few minutes. And then she said something. She said that about a month ago, her dad died, just before she moved near me. He was wearing the same outfit that I described, the same attributes. She got pretty emotional. But I was just so confused why I saw him in her window. It creeped me out. And now every time, if I walk past her house, I wonder if I'll ever see the figure again. I don't normally believe in ghosts, but this might have been proof for me. Previously, I shared the story about the ghost of a little girl that was humming in my room when I was 18. I'll go ahead and share another ghost story that happened just last year, while me, my husband, and family were on vacation. My family rented a cabin in Helen, Georgia, which was 3 stories tall. It was pretty much right in the center of town. We stayed for a week, and about 3 days into our stay, weird things started to happen. My aunt and grandma, who stayed on the 2nd floor, along with my mom and dad, who had their own room, started hearing things. They said they heard a little girl crying at night. I didn't pay much attention to it. My aunt and grandma are pretty jumpy when it comes to staying in new places. I thought that they were just hearing the TV going because there was a TV in each of our rooms. 4 days into the trip, my aunt and my mom are sitting on the couch, and they hear a girl say in a very distressed and breathy voice, "Mama!" My mom yelled for me. I was out on the porch of the cabin and asked if I hollered for her, which of course I didn't. Now, my mom, grandma, and aunt were all scared. They were afraid to be left alone in any part of the cabin by themselves. I tried not to pay attention to it because we were on vacation. I wanted to have a good time hanging out at the cabin, and I wanted to have a good night's sleep. So thinking about ghosts just wasn't on my mind. Until that night. My husband and I had the top room of the cabin. We turned off the TV and we went to sleep after a long day of walking around town. I woke up out of a dead sleep and I started hearing a girl cry. Small, moaning sobs. I went real quiet, stopped breathing to hear if it was just my mind or my ears playing tricks on me, because I'm thinking maybe it's one of my family members' TVs playing. Nothing. The sound was definitely coming from inside the room. I went back in my mind about 6 years ago to when the ghost of a little girl started humming in my room. And the fear and panic of that experience flew over me again. I grabbed the smart TV's remote and I turned it to some cartoon movie and turned up the volume. It was pretty loud. My husband turned over to complain about how loud it was, asked me to turn it off. Absolutely not. I'm not turning it down or off. He got agitated and asked me, why did I have it so loud? I told him I would explain in the morning. The sobs eventually died out over the sound of the TV. The next day, I told my husband what happened, and I told him we've got 2 nights left, and I'm going to leave the TV on loud to just get ready for it. I was afraid to hear the little girl cry again. To be honest, I was so upset about it, I was ready to just up and go home. So the next night passes, and the TV was kept on and loud. Nothing that night except mine and my husband's ears hurting and a sleepless night. The last night was a doozy. I was so tired that I went straight to sleep, left my husband up watching TV. But I asked him to please, before he went to sleep, start a movie or whatever and keep the volume up. He promised, and I went to sleep. Then I woke up again out of a deep sleep to the sound of how quiet it was, and the panic shot through me. The TV wasn't on, and I can't swear on the Bible, but I think I hear the little girl crying again. I looked at the TV, and it had on the screen something to do with playback issues. It was a smart TV with a Roku, so I was just doing everything I could. The remote buttons wouldn't work, and I was freaking out, like it wouldn't let me move out of the error screen. So I somehow had to restart the TV to get it to come back on and actually play something. After fiddling around with it for more than I would have cared to, it actually started up, and it let me scroll to a movie to play. And once again, the volume was up. I think whatever was in that cabin, it had something to do with trying to stop the TV from playing. I was happy that this was our last night in the cabin. I will never stay in Helen, Georgia, ever again. This happened when I was 10 years old. I don't remember when it was exactly, but I still clearly remember what happened back then. It was exactly 3 p.m. in the afternoon when I had last checked my clock. I was home alone almost every day because my school classes ended earlier than my siblings, and my parents, who both work, didn't get home until around 8 p.m. I was playing Grand Theft Auto, San Andreas, on my laptop, and I clearly remember, suddenly, I got goosebumps all over my body, and I felt something go through my body from left to right. When I looked to my right side, where my bedroom door is, I saw a figure of a human. It was transparent, but I clearly see it as a human figure. I only see its outlines. As it walks away through the door, I suddenly shut off the laptop. When I left my bedroom, the thing was gone. I quickly ran off to my neighbors. This was the only paranormal thing that I've experienced. I hope it's the last, I'm 22 now, a science guy. But that thing that happened to me, it proved that not everything can be proven by science. At least not yet. I think humanity is closer to unlocking the secret of the universe, and that we'll be able to maybe make sense of all this paranormal stuff in our world. I've just moved back in with my dad in his new place about 2 weeks ago. They haven't had any experiences in the house as far as I know, and I'm not a believer in ghosts at all. Our stairs, they have this half wall that you can see over if somebody is walking up or down them. I was walking towards the stairs, about to go draw up in my room, when I saw the top of a girl's head with blonde hair run down the stairs, stare straight into my eyes. I stared back for a bit, and she ducked her head behind the stair wall, playfully. I thought it was my little stepsister. She's blonde and 7 years old. I went to go ask why she was still up on a school night so late, and there was no one there. So, I, being a non-ghost believer but kind of excited, was like, wow, that was really cool. I'm going to hang out downstairs in the living room instead and see how it goes. This is cool. I sat down on my phone, just relaxing, and I heard the chair to my left start rocking. So I looked at it, and I saw it stop rocking. So I looked forward and kept the chair in my peripheral vision. I saw and heard it rocking, but when I looked back at it, suddenly it stopped. And no matter what, if I looked at it for 2 seconds to 30 seconds, it would not start moving again until I wasn't staring. I'm still not a believer in ghosts at this point, but on the fence. And I'm like, wow, do I have a cute-ass child ghost pranking and playing with me? Instead of being scared, I found it very cool and kind of cute. A bit later, it finally stops and I go to the bathroom. I open up the door to walk out, and I notice that I've got a pimple on my chin. So, I'm up in the mirror, lights on, the door's open, checking it out. And in the corner of my eye, I see the same little girl, but with pure white eyes this time. She's fixated on my eyes through the mirror, smiling, clinging onto the side of the door frame. We made eye contact for a second, and I looked away. Then I looked back at the mirror, and she was gone. Still, kind of playful, and to be honest, kind of fucking creepy this time. Especially because I don't believe in ghosts, but this was twice now, while sober and fully awake. I wasn't scaring myself into seeing stuff. This was a realistic human girl making eye contact with me. Plus the rocking chair, too coincidental. So I go up the stairs into my bed and I start texting my boyfriend about it. He doesn't believe in ghosts so much, but that spirits watch over us, give us signs. When telling him about it, saying I felt bad for leaving the playful, cute ghost, he freaked out, telling me that he thinks it's a demon, trying to pretend to be playful and cute, to lure me in. I don't believe in demons or ghosts, but whatever I saw was too real to me, and I'm scared shitless after this. This year, I'm celebrating my 30th birthday. It's going to be the first time since birth I'm not celebrating this moment with the brave lady who raised me. Same goes for my grandfather. My grandmother died after years and years of suffering. It's a relief, but damn, it hurts. A few hours before her death, the last day I saw her, I slept a few hours to recover from this terrible night. She'd asked for mercy. Well, in my dream, I saw her dead, laying on the bed. Her husband held her and cried. Once I awoke, I immediately sent a message to my companion to tell him about this disturbing picture I've seen a few times. It's since the idea of losing her, it causes me huge anxiety issues. Then, right after this nightmare, I get a call, learning that she passed away as I was peacefully sleeping in my bed. It's been a month since she's been gone now, and I know it's strange, but I totally stopped dreaming about her. This morning, I just woke up in my family's house, and I heard the distinct voice saying, "Hi." It was nice and sweet, and I responded, "Yes?" As my grandfather, who sleeps in his room next to mine, answered, "Yeah?" I asked him if he called me, and he said no. I used to work in a funeral home for years as a counselor. I know grief may lead to hallucinations, but have you ever had a dream about your loved ones who eventually died moments after? Do you think it's pure coincidence? A simple sign of empathy since I felt worried about her? Do you think that I myself talked while I was asleep? I know a lot of my friends have confirmed that I'm a sleep talker. Anyway, that's not the most thrilling experience I witnessed, but I'm curious about these two moments. First, the dream. Secondly, the call. I respect your belief. I'm open-minded, so feel free to share. Take care. This story goes back to when I was 14 years old. I lived with my grandparents but had regular visitation with my mom. My mom and I were on good terms, and summer was coming up. She planned a small family get-together on a weekend that I would be at her house. I was super excited for this because I could see my cousins and relatives from that side of the family for the weekend, and I'd spend the rest of the week with my mom. The first day went great. We went mudding and got messy and had a good time all together. When nighttime came, things cooled down a bit, and we decided we would watch a movie. So we watched a movie about greasers, and it had a character named Ponyboy in it. I know the name of the movie, but I can't think of it at the moment. The Outsiders. Anyway, it was not a scary film. Bedtime hits. I struggle with insomnia, and I stayed up later than most of the people staying over that night. When I finally went to bed, I heard a knocking on the bedroom door. Yeah?
Hey, it's Mike. Come to the kitchen.
The problem with this whole scenario is that my Uncle Mike was in the house, and he had a thick country accent. This voice sounded like it was trying badly to fake that accent. No, I'm trying to get some sleep.
I'm making a cake, and I left you a knife to cut it with.
This didn't make any sense to me at all, so I opened the door and I said, "I'm not cutting a damn cake at 1 a.m. There was no one there, but there was a large knife by the door. For some reason, I assumed Mike was joking with me, so I put the knife in the kitchen, and I got the strangest onset of fight or flight. So I ran. I ran into a room my cousin was sleeping in because he was 3 or 4 years older than me, and I just acted on instinct. When I ran into the room, the door was shut. I opened it, closed it, and locked it. I woke him up and I tried to explain what was up, but he sort of just tossed over and said that I could sleep with him in his bed. I was scared, and I remember seeing that it was 1:34 a.m. at this point. Mr. Lonely was playing, and a pale blue light was on in the room. The next morning comes. My aunt asks me why I was knocking on their bedroom door, asking her to come to the kitchen. I tell her I wasn't, She asks why my cousin's door was open with the lights on at 2 a.m. I tell her I ran in and I closed the door and I locked it at 1:30 a.m., but that there was only a blue nightlight on. She tells me that it's not what she saw. She said she saw the door completely open, the lights on, and could hear talking coming from the room. When I asked why her husband Mike was knocking at my door at 1 a.m., she said Mike went to work at midnight and he didn't come back until 6 a.m. We all got suspicious, and we took a flip phone around, asking questions, and got audio captured saying, "I am Mike, and I'm still here," very clearly. We didn't hear it when we asked it, but we heard it in the recording. I don't know what happened that night, but it never happened again, to my knowledge, and I worry thinking about it. I grew up in an area that used to be a Potawatomi Sioux and a French fur trading village. This history is relevant. Outside of town, just down the road from my grandma's house, was a clearing in the woods, on top of a hill right near a spring. When I was a kid, my dad chose to situate a single-story, ranch-style prefab house in that clearing, and we moved into it when I was maybe 12 or 13 years old. The weirdness started right away. Within a few days of moving in, we were all watching a movie in the living room. We heard a loud bang, like a gunshot, in the kitchen. When we went to see if something had fallen over, nothing was out of place. Then came the silhouettes that would walk behind us and our reflections, always in the kitchen windows. After that came the footsteps on the roof. Always after midnight, pacing slowly from one end of the house to the other, like someone keeping watch. I think I was the only person who ever heard those, since everyone was usually asleep by then. Sometimes I would go out onto the back porch to see if anyone was up there, but of course, there never was. Finally, it all came to a head when I was 16. It was late, and I was shutting everything down for the night, turning off all the lights room by room as I headed to my bedroom. I stopped in the kitchen just long enough to get a cup of water, and then I turned off that light. At this point, only the hallway light and my bedroom light were on. I was taking a drink as I headed into the dining room, and when I lowered the cup, I saw a person standing in front of me, and I stopped. It was another girl who looked about my age. She had long blonde hair that was wild and messy, like she'd just rolled out of bed and come running. And she was wearing a dingy, whitish, Civil War era nightgown. And she had blue eyes that were open wide in sheer terror. I don't know if she was looking at me or at someone who had once been standing in that exact same spot, but she clearly saw someone or something that terrified her. Then I blinked and she was gone. Some years later, after I'd half forgotten about the incident, I was reading up on my hometown's history. I'd already known that the Potawatomi village, site of a former Potawatomi Indian village, has been on the town's billboard for longer than I can remember. But I hadn't known about the French traders, nor had I known that after the Civil War, indigenous people and French folk alike were rounded up and forcibly relocated by the U.S. Army so the land could be seized by the government and redistributed to the soldiers as payment for their service during the war. And I thought about our convenient little clearing in the woods, and the footsteps on the roof in the middle of the night, and the shadows, and the gunshot, and the girl. And I couldn't help but wonder. I was 18 at the time, and my best friend and I had just gotten back to my place after a rave. It was about 3 a.m. We came into the house very quiet, as I was still living with my dad at the time. We were just hanging out in my room when we hear someone screaming. So I peek out the window to see what the hell's going on, as the screaming was extremely guttural. I see a woman wearing a big white t-shirt with her hair over her face, screaming and walking down the block with no shoes. I usher my friend to look. We just look at each other, wide-eyed, observing. She then grabs the sign for the public pool nearby and starts aggressively shaking it and continues to scream. We considered if she needed help, but for real, this woman straight up looked like the Grudge and sounded like a witch from Left 4 Dead. We were scared as hell. She eventually leaves the sign crooked and walks off. This freaked both of us out at the time, since we were pretty young. So we did nothing, and I didn't want to wake up my dad and get in trouble. Now, at 28, I wonder if she needed help, or if she was from the psychiatric hospital nearby. I recently decided to make a new start, changed professions, and became a teacher. I moved out to a small town to pay less rent and to eat organic, all of that stuff. I'm in my mid-30s and realized living in a capital city is financial madness. Been here for about a month and a half. My wife and I were living at our parents' house until we moved to a small one-bedroom apartment at the back of a garage. It's pretty sweet. I know that the walk to the school I work at is about 15 minutes, tops. But 2 days ago, I went to walk to work, and it was my first time from this apartment. Given that I'm new to the town, I took out my Google Maps, and I went for it. I had 30 minutes to get there, and as I walked towards it, I saw a route that would be 5 minutes faster. Once I took it, 15 minutes jumped to 20. And then as I walked towards the school, the more time increased. At 27 minutes, I stopped and called an Uber. I was a 15-minute drive from work. Fair enough, it seems like I just got lost, right? Then, talking to the admin lady that follows up with our system for attendance, she told me that she once took a wrong turn here, and it took her 3 hours to find her way back. Not only that, she described the same houses that I did, and how none of us at the school knew what neighborhood that was. In a town that has 3 supermarkets and mostly hardware stores and 2 drive-thrus, it's a bizarre experience. All of the houses were white with nice hedges. It's odd since it's a rural area with houses that look nothing like that. Now, the thing that's got me so weird about it, it makes no sense how a 15-minute walk, I ended up 45 minutes from my house in the next town and more than 30 minutes from work. I walked for 17 minutes. The majority of my paranormal experiences were in my childhood home, although a few notable ones happened after, outside the home, in the same area. For context, I've since moved out of my childhood home as I'm an adult now, but I believe my childhood home was haunted, mainly due to the environment, the circumstances. There's a creek running through the neighborhood, lots of telephone poles, so the energy currents are strong there. Some people believe that ghosts can manifest easier when in areas of high energy currents. So, a few anecdotes from my childhood home. When I was about 4 years old, I recall playing with my brother in the hallway of my home. It was a long hall that led to the bathrooms and bedrooms. We were playing something akin to tag, but with an element of hide and seek. So we ran up and down the hall a few times, and the last time I was running up to his room, which was the last door of the hallway. He laughed and closed the door behind him. I suddenly stopped and thought that I'd hit the door and bounced back. I looked up, and I saw a giant toad. I thought that was odd. It didn't register as anything malevolent. Maybe it protected me from the door impact. As odd as it is that most people don't seem to interact with nature spirits, this time I did. What's more is that much later in life, I asked my brother if he remembered the giant toad spirit that day. He said he did. He also didn't like talking about it, so I didn't clarify. But it's my first memorable paranormal experience. My paranormal experiences ramped up as a teenager. My father was an abusive alcoholic. As is standard in that situation, there was a lot of yelling, etc., and it led to a lot of negative energy. I noticed as a result that more negative entities would come through my house. There was never a resident ghost, only passerbys. A few of note include 1. I'd come home from school to find an imp-like creature, very small, had attached itself to my ankle. I was honestly just annoyed at it, and I wanted it off of me. At some point, I shook it off, told it to go away. I don't think it came inside my house, but it sure liked hanging around. One day, I found that the ghost of a young man, probably late 20s or early 30s, had found his way into my room. It hung out in the corner of my room. I was creeped out by this, especially because I could tell it wanted something, but it had a hard time communicating. Day 2 or 3 of this, I decided to take a selfie on my laptop and purposely aimed it so the corner would be in view. I wanted to see if anything would come up. Of a few takes, one of them did capture something. I confirmed what I'd been sensing and faintly seeing. There was a face in the corner, smiling for the camera as well. My heart sank. I didn't know what to do. Believing that the picture would imprint its stay even longer, I deleted it. Day 4, I finally felt sorry for it. I asked it to go away politely. I couldn't help him, and I didn't want him in my room anymore. Surprisingly, it actually went away within a few seconds. I felt the air get lighter, and I didn't see or hear from that ghost again. I wonder if it needed a message to be passed along, or if it just needed guidance to move on. But I was a teenager. What could I do for it? When I was about 16 or 17, my family dog passed away. I'd had her since I was little, so she was definitely part of the family and was treated well throughout her life. She was an old girl, maybe 13, I think. She had terminal lung cancer. The day came where she could barely move anymore, and we called the vet to put her down at home so she could go peacefully. After the vet left, we had an at-home funeral for our dog, and we buried her with her favorite blanket and toys. My dad and my brother buried her, and me and my mom did something akin to a eulogy. It was when they were burying her that I sensed her spirit peeking around the corner of the house. I motioned her to come here, and she came quickly to my hand. I patted her quietly while no one else was watching. It was weird, I'm sure, for her to see us sad and burying her body. Later, we were inside the house. I saw my dog's spirit sitting next to my mom, who was crying on the couch. Her paw was on the couch next to my mom, as if she was saying, "It's okay," to my mom. Later, I told my mom what I saw. She told me that she thought she'd felt our dog's presence. and me saying what I saw confirmed it for her. Afterwards, for a few years left in that house, I would occasionally hear my dog's paw steps, and I'd feel a dog's presence when there were no dogs living nearby. I did eventually get another dog, and occasionally she, another girl dog, would look at the doors weird, like someone was there. And also, she'd hear dog noises and want to find the other dog. I'm very certain that my childhood dog stuck around for a while after her passing. I have since moved out of the house, as I mentioned before, but I hope my dog moved on by now too. This one is kinda weird. For a short while, I had sleep paralysis issues at about 15 years old. Now, I know the theories on what we see and experience in this state are hallucinations, since the body is confused on being awake versus asleep. So take this one as you will. I, however, believe that this particular instance was paranormal related. This time felt different than the other sleep paralysis episodes. Essentially, I was sleeping, and I had a deep dream. It was one of those dreams within a dream type of thing. I don't remember how I got there, but I do remember towards the end of this dream, I'd come to a giant iron cell door, as if it was locking away a prisoner. I peeked inside through the sliding peephole, like you see in prison doors, and I saw a pale, white, skinny humanoid. Think similar to Gollum of Lord of the Rings, but more of a menacing feeling and totally bald. It saw me and jumped at the peephole, which scared me awake. I was awake briefly, and I swear I heard an entity whisper in my ear, feeling their breath and vibrations from their voice.
Go back to sleep.
I did. And it felt like I got pulled all the way back into a deep dream state, right back to the cell door. But whatever this thing was, it wanted out. It wanted me to help it. I sensed danger. I had this feeling that if it got out, it would possess my body. So I woke right back up. But of course, my body was still in sleep paralysis, being that it's hard to go to that deep sleep and to be functional. So, I was awake. It was about 6 a.m., and I'm paralyzed. I feel as if something is sitting on me and isn't letting me up, which I'm told is somewhat common and is rationalized by the body being in a depressed state. However, I feel this pressure, whatever whispered to me. It's on me, and I feel like it's staring me down, just waiting for me to go back to sleep. I fight it, though. I stay awake, just looking around the room. I can't reach a light switch since my body still won't move, but I do notice the time, and I realize that the sun will come up soon. For some reason, my instincts tell me that with light, this thing will go away. And about 15 or 30 minutes later, the sun does rise. The sunlight comes through my window, and with that, the entity leaves, and I regain my bodily senses. Of all the sleep paralysis episodes, this one was different, in that I felt someone talk to me in my ear after I woke up. That's not normal. I felt a presence on me, staring at me, and I happened to regain control of my body. The pressure was lifted once the light had filled my room. Normally, I'd regain control of my body between 5 and 10 minutes after waking up, regardless if the sun came up or not. And while I felt my body depressed, it did not usually feel like someone was sitting on me. Therefore, I believe this one counts as a paranormal experience. Okay, one more. Once, my mother and I were in the house by ourselves. We'd recently sold the house and we were cleaning it up for the new owners. It was very empty and was starting to get dark outside. I started to get a panicky feeling, one of those get out now feelings. So I started urging my mother to finish up what she was doing and continue another time. I didn't want to freak her out, so I just insisted that we leave without knowing exactly why. I look over in the direction of the living room from the kitchen, and I see this black mass of negative energy. It's overwhelming. If I were to describe it, it looked similar to the big bogged-down river spirit in Spirited Away, the one that collected a bunch of stuff in it and got all gunky and gross. The one here reminded me of that, but instead of collecting junk, it collected negative energy. I froze for a second as I processed what the heck I just saw. At this point, night was falling, and the sun was hardly out anymore. We had to use our flashlights and our phones to see. I told my mom, we need to go. It's dark, and I don't feel safe. Finally, she was willing to leave, and as we were leaving, I saw the black mass again, leaving the house and going around to the backyard. My mom didn't see the creature, but she did say she felt a presence. She just ignored it as she was focused on finishing the kitchen. So now, as a young adult, I've had a handful of interesting experiences as well outside of that home. I lived temporarily with my then boyfriend, now husband, in an apartment shared by a coworker of his and her boyfriend. I was in the apartment alone one day, and I got a weird feeling looking at the door to the room that wasn't used. I thought I heard noises and felt a presence, but I couldn't confirm. Later that week, I was home alone again, but this time, I looked at the bathroom door from my bedroom, and I saw a full-bodied apparition of a young woman in white. She looked just as shocked as I did, seeing her. She retreated to the other side of the bathroom wall, the empty, unused room. So finally, I asked my boyfriend's coworker if someone died in the apartment, and I tell her about the apparition I saw of a young woman. She told me yes, her name is Diana. She died in that room about a month before we moved in. My heart sank for Diana. The coworker told me that Diana had passed away suddenly in her room, I think from health complications. The coworker was a bit freaked out and didn't know what to do about it. So later, I don't know if it was that night or the next day, I was in my room while my boyfriend and his coworker were at work. I decided to just talk to Diana out loud. I couldn't see her this time, but I felt her presence. I talked to her like a person, realizing she might not have even realized she died, since it was a sudden death. I told her that she had died and that she needed to move on. I told her I felt sad for her, that she was stuck, and I hoped that she can find the light. Shortly after that, I didn't feel her presence anymore. I think she moved on, and I really hope she found peace. I went to a historical tobacco plantation with my mom and a friend of mine. It was a little summer thing where we wanted to see some neat places in our area that we hadn't seen yet. I saw 3 apparitions there. Upon getting out of the car in the parking lot, both me and my friend saw a shadow figure looking at us from the wooded area next to the parking lot. After we stared for a second, we both saw it essentially fly away, remaining vertical and upright, as if it were pulled back to wherever it came from. It was really weird. My mom missed it by still gathering her things from the car. Later, we were walking around the old slave quarters house. The upper floor was condemned, but the stairs were still there. I noticed while the tour guide was talking about it. I looked at the stairs a little harder. I saw the apparition of an older black man in overalls. He was faint, but there. I bowed respectfully at him and continued the tour. As we left the building, I purposefully left last so I could tell him goodbye, like you would do for any other person as a house guest. I felt bad for him, still stuck here so long after slavery was abolished. The third apparition was in the master's house. Almost immediately, I picked up on a small girl between ages 5 and 8, in old period clothing, complete with a standard bonnet. She followed us throughout the tour. At the last room of the house, the tour guide tells us that this was an addition to the original building and was the room of the master's daughter, who had passed away from illness at about 7 or 8 years old. It hit me then that this was the little girl's room who'd been following us around. Again, I purposefully left last so that I could tell her thank you for letting me look at her house. Again, like any other house guest would. I found it respectful to do so, and I also felt sorry for the little girl. I then went to the cemetery where her family was buried. I didn't sense anyone else, which made me even sadder, thinking that this little girl was probably stuck in her house, waiting for her family, and somehow didn't move on. The last interesting story was on a different plantation. This one is tucked away behind a major highway and is considered a county park with petting animals. I went there with my husband and our daughter to see the animals in the park. We did, however, also get to look at the exterior of the old houses there. In one of them, I noticed there was a man in butler-like attire passing the window. I wondered if maybe it could have been a worker in period clothes for a tour or something. Only to find out that all the workers that day were in a polo shirt. It's a uniform, which is very different. I didn't see anyone else wearing period clothing either. Thus, while I can't confirm, I believe I may have seen an apparition that day as well. Those are my big ones, the ones I can recall right now. I hope others can relate to my experiences and know that they aren't alone. This is about a guardian angel that's been around me since I was about 5 years old. So this story has about 3 different accounts, so you're in for a ride. For some background information, my grandma had a twin sister that died from complications of HIV, which she contracted from an unfaithful husband. She died 16 years before I was born, in her late 50s. This is all going to make sense later. The first time I saw her was when I was 5. I was living in a little town in Massachusetts, about 60 miles off from Boston. My mother was a single mom, businesswoman at the time, so she had an overnight trip to Boston and left my oldest sister Tiny in charge. No, her real name isn't Tiny. It's just what we call her, and it's pronounced Deanie. Well, fast forward to bedtime, and me and my 5 other siblings are all tucked in, ready for bed. I'm going to assume it was around 9 o'clock. I woke up in the middle of the night from a really bad nightmare, which is still reoccurring to this day. Long story short, it's a dream where I'm taken underwater. A dark, almost pitch-black hand that's very demon-like is holding me under until I eventually die, I guess. So as any 5-year-old would, I ran to my mother's room for comfort, not remembering my mother was out of town. Well, to my surprise, there was a lady sitting on my mother's bed, looking at the family album. Usually I would have been confused, but the second I walked into the room, I didn't feel so scared anymore. It felt like I'd walked into a warm hug, but she wasn't even near me. The lady was red-headed and beautiful in a kind of old way. The kind of way where you could just tell that they were popular in high school. The lady saw me in distress, got up from the bed, and picked me up, laid me on my mother's bed. Then she started singing in Spanish, a lullaby I'd never heard of, yet I knew every word to it. By the time I knew it, I was sound asleep. My little brother walked into the room and saw the lady crooning over me, caressing my cheek while I slept. I don't know what possessed him to not care and go back to bed, but he noped out of there fast. Well, when my mom finally came home, it was about 7 a.m., and she was tired. She saw me in her bed and was surprised. She woke me up and asked me why I wasn't in my bed, and I told her the nice lady let me stay here. She asked me, "What lady?" And I said I don't know her name, but she has red hair, and she sang me a song, and she was really beautiful. She then looked to her right and saw her album open. Please note, she keeps it on her bedside table, but it was already randomly open to this picture. She looked at the picture and let out a really relieved sigh. She turned around and showed me a picture of the same woman that I saw, asked me if it was her. I said yeah, and I asked her, "Who is she?" She said that it was my guardian angel, and I just took that and said, "Okay, I'm 5. I didn't care." Now fast forward to when I'm 11. It was my first day of school and the first time my mother allowed me to walk to the bus stop alone. Well, I got hit by a car, but it wasn't my fault. It was a residential area that had a speed limit of like 15 miles per hour. He was going well over that, and I was really small, so he didn't see me. From the accident, I got 3 broken ribs, a broken wrist, broken legs, fractured, and a bad concussion because my head was split. I don't remember it, but next thing I knew, I woke up in the hospital to my mom crying, saying she's sorry and that she's happy I'm okay. I had to stay in the hospital for a week for observation because my broken rib was so close to puncturing my lungs. My mom worked a lot, and she had nobody else to watch me, so I spent my nights alone. I got lonely and scared and just had a really bad feeling. So you guessed it, Miss Ma'am came back. I woke up in the middle of the night to her at the edge of my hospital bed, looking at me. At first I was scared. I didn't recognize who the hell she was. But then this warm feeling came back, and I realized I wasn't lonely or worried anymore. Then she hummed that song, and I swear to God, I didn't know the lyrics. I barely speak Spanish. But it's like my soul knew, and before I knew it, I was fluently singing it with her in Spanish until I fell asleep. Now this third time, I didn't see her, but it was more like she let me know that she was there. When I was 18, I got married to a boy I thought I loved, and he went to the military. Long story short, he was abusive. He cheated, lied, put his hands on me, and broke me. Not solely because of my marriage, but definitely a big reason. I fell into a really deep depression and had self-harm habits. One night, it all got too much, and I don't know what he said to send me over the edge, but I was in the bathroom looking at a bottle of Oxy, and I started to take a few just to kind of drown out the heavy feeling. After a few minutes, when I took another, then another, eventually, I started to feel that very thin line between an overdose and lucidity. Then, that feeling happened again, and the song started playing in my head, like if I had a radio in there. And I felt okay. I felt like someone was there for me. In a way, I feel like it was a sign that I wasn't meant to go just yet. And with that, I left him a few months later, and I've never looked back. I haven't seen her since. Around the same time, I finally asked my mother about it, and eventually everything started to make some sense. She told me about my grand aunt and how she passed, and that when she was younger, she was a motherly figure to her because her own mother wasn't a very fit parent. She'd often have to seek comfort from her, and when I was about 5, I looked like a literal carbon copy of my mother. She theorized that maybe her spirit saw me upset and, thinking I'm my mother, wanted to console me. And get this, my mother, when recounting her aunt, was very emotional. So she started talking about some nursery rhyme that she used to sing her. It was the song. My mother sang it, word for word, in front of me. That's what cemented her story to me as fact. I'm 22 now, and I'm in one of the most loving and healthy relationships I've ever dealt with. I've been sober for 4 years, and I have a much more healthy state of mind now, in case you were wondering. I know this story was long, but I hope if you take anything from my experience, it's that it gets better. You just have to stick around long enough for life to do its magic. When this happened, I was 21 years old. I lived in a larger, small city in the Midwest. At the time, I had no car, just a bike, and hardly enough money for public transportation. I worked at a retail battery, lighting, and repair store. I worked full-time, and I only lived over a mile from my job. Since I was a female in a male-dominated field, I was used to targeted abuse, often from men that thought they knew better. Many times, I stood my ground and flaunted my knowledge in subjects that these men couldn't grasp. Because of my willingness to learn and my close proximity to work, I often worked all sorts of hours, mostly by myself. This time, I wasn't the person closing, and I had a coworker, Joey, who came in for a part-time shift after we wrapped up classes at the local college. We had a close friendship, and we often stood up for each other and stood in when we were flustered or needed to go to the bathroom in the back. Joey received a phone call for a possible repair on a smartphone, possibly LG, low-tier phone though. He wasn't 100% sure if it was a phone that we could repair. He asked the young female caller to stop by for a consult. She had quickly agreed and said that she would stop by around 5:30 p.m. This was a night that I was supposed to get done at 6 p.m. and catch the bus at 6:12. It was a windy, drizzly, early fall night. I remember this because I had my bike with, and it became my anchor that night. A little before 6 p.m., this frantic, terrified, bawling, 19, 20-something-year-old woman came into the tiny shop. I was at the counter, switching out aging price tags and general store maintenance. I looked up at her, confused and willing to help. She looked me deep in the eyes, asking if Joey was here. At the time, he was pooping in our tiny bathroom in the back, so I had to step in and help out any customers. I told her that he was currently busy and that I was willing to help her. She handed me her smashed, cheap phone, very timidly. My customer service skills couldn't prepare me for what she was going to say next. She quietly told me that her boyfriend, who was out in his red mini truck in the small front parking lot, had gotten angry and smashed her phone when she tried to call her sister that afternoon. I took the backing off of the phone, and I tried to research the model for any possible screen repairs. No results found. I tried to hand her back the destroyed phone, and she pushed it back into my hands with a pleading look. Then, the honking commenced. There was this light drizzle outside, so our front glass door was covered in beaded drops, and it was slightly fogged over. I couldn't see who was honking out there. I told her again that I couldn't help, and for her to try our cell phone repair competitor down the road. The tears really started to flow down her cheeks, and I was freaked out at this point. She kept throwing glances behind her, and the honking, it wouldn't stop. I shook with fear and rage at this point. I myself was in a domestic abuse situation at the time, and I knew what this girl was experiencing. I broke my locked stare at her, and I tried to look in our system for a second time for a replacement screen. Nothing again. I looked up from the computer, and I saw a shadowy figure of a young man pacing in front of the store. I was just happy that the honking had stopped, but I was increasingly shooken up. My whole body vibrated with fear, and I whispered across the counter, asking if she needed me to call 911. She slammed her hands down on the counter and said that I couldn't do that. She begged me not to. At this point, Joey came out from the back and asked what all the honking was from. We had a lot of elderly, farmers, lazy, and disabled customers that would honk their horns for us to pick up heavy battery cores from their car. He thought that it was one of those situations, but with the looks on our faces, he knew something horrifying was happening. The young guy stopped pacing outside, and he began banging on the front door. Joey took the girl's phone from my hands and said for me to go to the back and lock the back employee-only doors. I did what I was told, and I grabbed my bag, my bike, and my jacket. I looked at the clock in the back, and it read 6:14. I'd spent 15 minutes with this girl, both of us feeling like trapped animals. Joey did bodybuilding in his free time. He was a gentle, non-confrontational, short but stocky Asian guy. I was a short, obese, kind lady that would respond either one of two ways, like a doormat, or ready to stand my ground. I knew that I couldn't fight a customer, and neither could Joey, not because of physical reasons, but we'd lose our jobs, and we had no idea what to do. This young guy threw the door open, and the wind kept the door open. He had this manic, hateful look about him. A total predator he was. He was slim, but muscular. Early to mid-20s, and was soaked by the rain. He took the broken phone off the counter and took the girl in tow. He hurled insults at us, and I gave the girl a pitied look. He slammed the door back shut, and both Joey and I stood in absolute silence. He snapped out of it and ran to the front door and locked it. I told Joey to call our manager from the store line, and I stood around while he did. I noticed that the guy had moved his truck directly in front of our door. He was watching us from his truck, watching us behind the counter as we were on the phone with our manager. I had to leave to get home. The last possible bus came at 6:42, and I couldn't pedal my way home in this weather, and with all the circumstances that had just occurred. The time was around 6:18. I just needed to cross the busy highway and go down the sidewalk by an eighth of a mile to the nearest bus stop. Joey, the guy, and I played the waiting game. It was 6:23 when the dickhead finally left our parking lot. I told Joey that I would have to leave at 6:25 so I could arrive at my bus stop safely. Joey opened the door, and I threw myself on top of my bike and pedaled harder than I could ever imagine. Now, mind you, our store was in an industrial shopping area at the very edge of our town. We worked next to a sub shop. Across from this was a strip mall with a bullseye store, a local chain grocery store, other retailer stores, and a bank, all in that large parking lot. It started to downpour, and as I tried to pull out of our parking lot, straddling my bike, I caught a glimpse of the red truck, looping around the sub shop. The highway had dual lanes each way, and I had to play real-life Frogger if I wanted to make it to my destination in one piece. There were a few cars that slowed for me as I hauled ass to the other side of the road. I jumped off of the bike and I threw it on top of the curb. I promptly hopped back on and I tried to pedal off. My front wheel was stuck in the grassy strip and my right foot had slipped off the pedal. My shin struck the pedal. I had to act quickly. I grabbed the frame of my bike and jogged awkwardly to the bus stop. The red truck pulled into the bank parking lot, of which I had just passed. The truck pulled around and went out through the entrance across from the sub shop and took the closest lane to me. He went at a crawl and turned at the red light so that he could circle the main parking lot of the shopping center. There were 3 ways to get into that parking lot. One to the left, one in the center, slightly off to the right, across from the sub shop, and the other far to the right, next to the grocery store. I stuck to the sidewalks since it felt safer and I was in front of people. The truck patrolled the parking lot, the hunter stalking its prey. I felt cold, sore, and cornered, just like an injured animal. There were a couple of cars that pulled into the left entrance of the parking lot, causing the truck to stop from re-entering the parking lot again. I almost collapsed in the shitty small bus stop. I felt my phone buzz. I saw that it read Joey, so I rested my bike on my person to answer the call. Joey told me that he was watching, and even though he had an elderly couple in the store that he was helping, that he wouldn't allow the guy to hurt me. I started to cry. All of this had just gotten to me. The red truck looped around once again and again. I saw the bus pull up at around 6:39, and I couldn't be happier. I knew the driver since I used the buses to get around town, errand shopping, to get to and from work. I had my stupid fucking bike to worry about. I hung up the phone with Joey, putting my phone in my jacket pocket and strapping down the bike on the rack that was in front of the bus. I struggled since I shook. My bike was slick from the rain. I got on the bus and turned to open the bus doors, and I saw that the truck had taken a left at the center entrance of the lot. I could finally let my guard down. I sat at the front of the bus. My hands shook trying to get the $1.25 out for the fare. The driver said that it was okay, that I could take my time with the change. I kept my backpack on and pulled my damp phone from my pocket. I dialed Joey's number, letting him know that I was fine. In under 15 minutes, I made it to my apartment, safe, but deeply disturbed. I took my bike in so it wouldn't draw any attention to where I lived. All of this gave me an idea to leave my own domestic abuse situation a few months later when COVID took the world by storm. To this day, I wonder about that girl. I hope that somebody more daring and stronger than me called the cops on her abuser, that she had the strength to leave that violent man, for her to write her own story and to recover from all of it. I'm currently doing significantly better in life and finally have my own car, and I live a couple of states away safely from my past life. Even though I'm states away, and it's been 3 years now. Guy in the red truck, let's not meet. This happened well over 20 years ago, but I remember most of the details as the imagery was seared into my brain. Call it a core memory, if you will. I was around 6 or 7 years old and living in a very quiet suburban area. My parents often entertained guests and drank beers in the kitchen all night with their friends, and they'd often be parents of 2 or 3 of my best friends growing up. We were allowed way too much freedom as kids and were often left alone for hours. Normally, we'd be in the backyard playing since it was lit at night and enclosed with a tall fence, but it had rained hard that day, possibly still raining at the time, and we weren't allowed out. So, we tried to play hide and seek in my bedroom. We weren't very inventive. To make the game harder, the seeker couldn't turn on the bedroom light and had to rely on the hall light and the very dim street light that comes through one of the windows. As a hider, I immediately threw myself into half a dozen pillows on my bed and hoped they would conceal me better than my other hiding friend. No idea where he ended up. Soon enough, I heard the door open and could just barely see the hallway light coming in from between the pillows. Way too many seconds pass without a sound, no rustling or signs of seeking, and I peek out from my hiding spot to find myself completely alone in the room. Strange. I didn't have long to rack my tiny child mind, because almost immediately my window caught my attention. There was a shadow slowly crossing in between the streetlight and my blinds in the shape of a head and a very distinctive, long, triangular shape being held up as if to strike. I get absolutely freaked out, scramble out of my bed, and run into the kitchen, where I see my two friends looking equally scared and confused. But I noticed that the adults were laughing their heads off, so I began to relax. It was clearly just a prank. Got me good. Wait, who had the knife? I asked as I realized that someone could have gotten hurt since they were pretty darn buzzed at that point. The laughing stopped immediately. Every single person stared in my direction. I don't remember the conversation particularly well because my panic came back tenfold at this point. But apparently, my other hiding friend saw a shadow in the window before he was able to hide, and he sprinted out of the room, leaving me. Thanks, bud. He told the adults that he saw something in the window, but they didn't take him seriously. Just a kid's imagination. But as soon as I seemed to have corroborated the story, adding a knife into the mix, I was asked more questions, while the husbands ran outside to see if anyone was in the yard. Nothing was found outside. The area in front of my window was mostly asphalt driveway, so there was no evidence of someone recently standing there. The small garden directly under my window did have footprints in it, but the tipsy adults couldn't definitively say that they weren't my parents' footprints. And there were no muddy steps outside of the garden. The incident was, again, chalked up to a couple of silly kids hyped on sugar or something. But my best friend and I both remember what we saw this day. A couple of years ago, my cousin and I enjoyed late-night walks in our neighborhood, mainly just up the street and back, not far. We would talk and discuss our difficult family. One evening, it was close to 1 a.m., a later time than our usual walks. At the end of the street is a tunnel under a railroad track. We heard what sounded like an argument. The only people who live on the other side were an old lady and an abandoned house. We went there. I went a little further than my cousin. I could hear little girl voices, 2 of them at least. They sounded to be preteen age. They also sounded as if they could be directly in front of me. They were whispering, but nothing that I could hear well enough to understand. As I started walking in the tunnel a little, I still couldn't see anyone, but I felt uneasy and backed away. And I left it at that. Maybe 20 minutes later, we're walking up our street, which is a small incline that leans to a flat strip of road. Near the top of the hill is a church that has a rooftop area with a picnic table. No one was there on our way up the street, which doesn't take too long to walk to the end of our road and back down a small hill towards our houses. As we were walking down the hill, and the picnic tables come into view right off the side of the road, I see a girl with long blonde hair down to her back. She's dressed up in a nice shirt and shorts, as if she'd been going somewhere. But it's 1 a.m., and she looks 16. The most noticeable thing is her eyes. They're pitch black. And by pitch black, I mean both eyes are completely black, with no white in her eyes. At the church, there's a street lamp right where we were, so I could see her well lit. She's just sitting there on the picnic bench, motionless. Instead of sitting facing the picnic table in front of her, she's sitting on the edge of the bench, facing the road we would walk down. Her gaze doesn't move. Her neck doesn't move. Her posture is straight. She isn't doing anything at all, except sitting absolutely still. She's facing the road, but her gaze doesn't move as we walk by and we're in her line of sight. She makes no acknowledgement of our presence whatsoever, or any facial expression. I'm immediately alarmed by seeing her, but I decide on the spot to make no indication. I even saw her and kept walking past at the same pace. My younger cousin next to me clearly saw her, and I can't quite remember what I said to her, or if I communicated through body language, but I got her to follow along with me. We made it to my porch, and we didn't go in, but just waited. I can't recall how long it was, but I'll say a couple of minutes. She walked down the gravel parking lot at the church and walked at a normal pace onto the road where me and my cousin just watched her. Her movements were robotic. Her head never turned an inch. She never stopped looking forward and remained at perfect posture. She walked down the road right past us and didn't even turn her head an inch. She didn't even look at us and just went through the tunnel. We never saw her again, and our town is kind of small, so we know a lot of people in the area, and we never saw anyone like her before. Her behavior seemed too odd for me to believe that she was an actual person. My cousin later told me that she had a strange feeling we were being watched before seeing her. Also, while we were watching her from my porch, my cousin recorded her on her phone. It was dark, but there was a street lamp illuminating the road. She said she looked through it and didn't even see her, so she got scared and deleted it. I was right with her. I didn't get a chance to see it. She had already deleted it. We never saw her again, though, and later resumed our nighttime walks. What are your thoughts? Like most people in Latin America, a fear of being robbed at an ATM was drilled into me at a young age. As a result, we always go to public places during busy times. We also eat dinner quite late, usually 8:30 or 9. Anyway, last night I was short on cash, so I headed to the mall. It was around 7 p.m., so just after people got off work, but still well before dinner. It was already pitch black outside. There were quite a lot of people around, and the line for the ATM was too long, so I decided to walk around the mall and maybe get a snack. I got to the end of the mall corridor, and I saw an escalator, so I assumed there were more stores. But as I began to descend, I realized my mistake. I had entered a basement area full of random junk like food containers, blank price tags, water bottles, and face masks. It was just a big room with the other side of it being empty. I looked around trying to find the way back up, but there didn't seem to be another escalator. So I walked through the room to an open door, which revealed a hallway with offices. The lights were dim, and the place seemed deserted except for one open door near the end of the hallway. Curious, I peeked into the room to see an office with the floor pulled out and piles of sawdust, and a man painting the wall. It was too late, and he saw me. "What are you doing here?" he asked. "How'd you get here?" I'm sorry, I was trying to find my way back up." "No, you weren't. he said. Do I look dumb to you? No matter, though. Come here and tell me, what's your name? I have to go, I said. What's a sexy thing like you in a rush for? He said. I bet I can make you feel good. Come on. There's nobody around. Give me a kiss, babe. I started running down the hallway at full speed until I reached the escalator again. The man didn't seem to be following me. I never heard any footsteps, so I assumed he stayed and kept painting. A few very long minutes later, I found the escalator for up, behind a bunch of cardboard boxes. Soon, all the colors and sounds returned, and I was thrust back into the boisterous corridor. I don't understand why the mall made it so easy to stumble into the basement, or how people would get out normally. The whole thing was just creepy. It feels like I stepped into a different dimension or something. Like I was in a place that shouldn't be there. Okay, so I just want to start this by saying that I'm no stranger to the paranormal. I've had tons of encounters throughout my life, 2 of them objectively being much scarier than this one, and yet this one won't leave my mind. This just happened in December while I was staying at my dad's house. It was about 4 a.m, and I was just about to go to sleep. I was in my bed, laying down, facing towards my TV. I had my eyes closed when out of nowhere, I heard my door creak open. I immediately opened my eyes and was looking at my TV, but was too scared to actually look at my door. But then, as I was staring at the TV, I saw a shadow figure standing beside me as if it were watching me sleep. I grabbed my phone and turned on my flashlight to see nothing there, but my door was in fact slightly open. I've seen shadow figures before, and even full-body apparitions, but something about this one doesn't feel right to me. Every time I stay at my dad's now, I'm terrified to be in a room alone, and I can't sleep without some sort of light. The energy of this spirit was so incredibly different compared to others. I can't even do anything about it because I don't live there. And my stepmom refuses to believe evil spirits could be in their house. Does anyone know what this spirit could have been? Or how to get over it so I can stop being so scared when I'm there? And I do strongly believe that I have some sort of spirit attached to me, but I've never been afraid of it, so what I saw definitely wasn't that. I went out with my friends one day to see a movie. We were on the bus home and it was pretty packed, so we were scattered across the floor of the bus. One of my friends eventually got somewhere to sit, and it was because this man gestured for her to sit at this empty seat, so she did. He was really chatty and loud and was having a conversation with the woman sitting next to my friend, so he was leaning over her a lot. There ended up being another empty seat, and he gestured for me to come sit. I thought he was just being polite, so I did. Then he stopped his conversation with the woman and turned over to me, and was just getting way too close to me, to the point where I was moving into the woman sitting next to me. He asked my name and complimented it after I told him my fake backup name, and he kept asking me personal information, excessively complimenting me. I dodged them, but he was making me uncomfortable with how many questions he was asking. I usually don't take this bus home, so I didn't know the names of the stops, and he ended up asking me which stop I was getting off at. I panicked, and I couldn't think of a fake stop, and I told him the one I was really getting off at. I know it was stupid. I just didn't think in the moment. He ends up leaving me alone and continuing the conversation with the woman from before. My stop ends up coming up, and I get off. As I get to the intersection to go across the street, the flashing hand signal was just counting down, so I rushed to make it to my second bus. About a second after I get off the bus, my friend called me and immediately asked if I was okay. I was confused and said, "Yeah, I'm fine. What's up?" She says as soon as I got off, the man ended up getting off as well. I was in pure shock and started looking on the bus to see if he was on it. Thankfully, he wasn't, but it was just insane to think that he really followed me. Okay, so this morning I woke up to something that scared the living shit out of me. It was around 3 a.m., maybe 3:47 a.m., and I'd woken up strangely. Now I say strangely because after a big night of staying up at 11, usually I'd sleep all night. But for some reason, I woke up to a feeling as if someone was near me or someone was in my presence. And as soon as I woke up, I was staring directly at an old lady who was sitting on my desk. I could see her pretty clear, and she was easy to see with the dim hallway light shining on her. At first, I thought it could have been my chair, because my chair had clothes on it and could look like somebody. But as adrenaline kicked in, I realized she was far from just my chair. She was sitting on my desk. She had gray hair, and it looked as though the hallway light was blue. She had a smile on, and it was quite creepy. It looked as though she had some teeth missing. At first, I thought it could be my mom. She had the exact same nightgown, so I was about to say Mom, but I quickly realized that it couldn't have been, as the lady on my desk had darker skin. Usually I have a knife or a gel blaster beside my bed. I was planning on using one, but I realized they weren't there, and I'd left them outside. I thought of everything I could do. I locked eyes with her for at least 1 minute, still smiling. I thought I'd get up and approach her. I did so, and within seconds, she disappeared. It was like as soon as I changed angles, she left. But it couldn't have been that, as I saw her when I was laying down, and then I saw her as I perched up. I don't get scared often, so this was weird for me, but also gave me the creeps. Everything was so perfectly timed, waking up at 3 a.m., staring into her, the light showing what she looked like, and as I approach her, she disappears. It felt really strange. I live in Australia, and I told my mom about the story. She said it might have been Aboriginal. My mom and dad have had similar experiences in the past, and this is the second time this year that this has happened to me. Last time, I noticed someone on the edge of my bed. I might post that story. If you live in Australia, or you've had similar experiences, it would be good to hear it. Thanks. This past summer, I started hearing a voice whenever I went into the bathroom. It seemed to be coming from the flat upstairs. At first, I thought it was just one of the owners of the place talking from his room, since the layout has the main bedroom next to the bathroom, and the walls are thin, so sound easily goes through. I thought nothing of it. Plus, the voice was accompanied by a new creaking sound, as if they were lying on an old bed. So perhaps he was bedridden, and that's why I heard him all the time. But one day, I started to worry. Getting out from the shower, I could swear a few of the words I managed to understand seemed directed to my body, but they were so few that I thought I was just being paranoid. See, I wasn't comfortable when I first moved into the house. The second I set foot in it, I worried about being spied on. No clue why, There was no reason to think so. But I remembered a movie about somebody moving into a house with cameras, and I started to worry. I even jumped right out of bed one night, a few years ago, because I'd seen a camera at the end of a cable, hanging a few centimeters from my face. It took a while to realize that it had been a dream, so I just thought it was my mind being a shithead. The voice kept coming through the bathroom's roof all summer, and looking up, all I could see was the hole that had been created above the toilet to get to a leaky pipe. It had been there for a while, not wanting to waste money on closing it down until I knew for sure the leakage had been patched properly, since it wasn't the first time I'd had issues with that. All you could see in that hole was brick and cement, a beam, and the big pipe taking waste out of the building, and darkness up above where the light can't reach. Until about a month or so ago, when, TMI, I was taking a shit under the familiar sound of that voice and creak. I'm fairly constipated, and it got worse during the summer. So I was having some trouble, and I whispered to myself, "Fucking damn it," or some close translation, because my native language isn't English. To which I immediately heard what felt like a reply, a single word from that all-familiar voice.
Push.
I look up in a panic at the hole above me with the exposed pipe, wondering if someone had been looking at me this whole time. I didn't see anything, but the voice stopped. The creaking stopped. Everything was quiet. I went to investigate later, phone in hand, but there was nothing there. I used my phone camera to try to see if a lens gleamed back, but it was all the same as it had always been anytime I investigated to look for water. I started wondering if the hole was just big enough that someone could fit an endoscopic camera through it without arousing suspicion, something that could be slipped in and out. There hasn't been a voice or creaking noise since. It stopped in that instance, and I haven't heard it since, a month later. Sometimes I wonder if I didn't hallucinate the whole thing. I never had any in my life, but it was all so strange. My upstairs neighbors are a bunch of parasitic pieces of shit that have tortured me with constant water leaks. So, it wouldn't surprise me if they were also a bunch of creepy fucks. So this morning around 5 a.m., I woke up to my boyfriend nudging me in the back, trying to wake me up. I remembered him seeming panicked, but don't remember what he was saying. We ended up just going back to sleep. We hadn't really talked about what happened because we were at work and uni, but he just told me about it. He told me that this morning he was woken up by me having a full-on conversation with something whilst leaning on my elbow. I was facing the corner of the room where the closed door was. The door was completely black, and the center was the darkest place in the room. He couldn't make out what I was saying, but he said it was like I was speaking to something. He said he turned around and looked at me. I then turned over and went back to sleep. That's when he started nudging me. He said it really scared him and was the most paranormal thing that's ever happened to him. I've never talked in my sleep before or anything like that. We've slept in the same bed for 2 years and I've never done anything like this. He said a few things in his sleep before, but he's never sat up and acted like he was having a conversation. But he said I was full on looking at something and talking to it. I have no memory of this at all. In the past year, I've experienced some sleep paralysis. I've seen figures standing in the doorway. So this kind of scares me. This happened a long time ago, back when I was a kid. Whenever my mom and dad would be busy going to work, they would leave me and my younger cousin to my grandma. All things were fine and all, but one day I decided to go to the river at the back of my grandma's house. So I got up and took my younger cousin with me. It was normal at first. We'd actually go almost every time we were there, even when the elders would say, "Don't go there. There are bad spirits, and people have died there." I brushed it off as one of the old wives' tales, until one day when we went to the river. It was cloudy, and the water was murky, but we stayed nonetheless. Until one of the elders grabbed us and said, "You shouldn't be here when the water is this strong." So she took our hands and started to go back. But before we did, I looked back and I saw it. That thing. It's so clear in my head that I can never forget what I saw. A woman in all white, but her clothes were dirty and torn. She had scratches, and the openings in the skin were just oozing dark liquid. It still shocks me to this day. But fast forward a few years, one night while my uncle was staying with my grandma, they claimed that night something supernatural happened. The smell of dead fish covered the whole room, while parts of the ceiling started to drip blood. All the while, their hair stood as straight as trees. They were freaked out by all of this. So a few days later, my parents went to see them. I saw my cousin, and I proposed that we investigate the place at night, around 7 p.m. to be exact. Thinking back to my old experience, I told my 12-year-old self I could handle whatever happens. So when 7 p.m. struck, we armed ourselves with a flashlight for both of us. My cousin, being the coward that he is, I gave him a simple task to go to the back side of the kitchen and look around, while I went to the far back of the house to try to find something unusual. As I arrived at the back of the house, I asked in a slightly high-pitched voice, "Is anyone there?" Nothing. As I was about to turn back, it breathes. The sound of something so big was right behind me, and it breathed so heavily. I ran. I didn't dare look back, and I yelled for my younger cousin to get back into the house. As we went back in, I explained the story to them, but for some reason, I don't think they believed me. Now, you might not believe me, but I swear, what I heard that day wasn't a figment of my imagination. Just last year, I stayed at my grandma's house with my 2 older sisters and my mom, since her and my dad got divorced. Although I still stayed with my dad since he helped me get through depression. Either way, I was there, and I asked my mom and grandma if anyone died in the river, and they said yes. According to them, there were about 3 women who died in the river. All of them died from the strong currents of the water. As I've asked the townsfolk, I've learned that some of them have had the same experience as me. Woman in the river, all white clothing, bruised. While my father has said that before he arrived in that place, there was actually a cult near the river. And now there's just a lot of odd stuff that's happened. But he wasn't going to go into any details. All I want to know is, what is she, and why is she there? This story is about my father and my uncle, who had this experience when they were kids. My father and his elder brother, my uncle, were like best friends from childhood. My father used to live in a joined family in a very small village in Maharashtra state, India. The village is located a bit into the jungle, with a population of hardly 500 to 800 people at this time. Farming was the main occupation, with little to no electricity. Also, a lack of wall clocks, so they used to determine their time according to the daylight. It was around 1966 or so. Now, I know it sounds like medieval times, but it was the situation for tribal people in India. So, my father, then 8 or 10, and my uncle, then 15 or 16 years old, used to get up early in the morning, around 4 a.m., and they would go into the jungle to cut the woods for daily needs like cooking, building, etc. But before that, my aunt, their elder sister, used to make some breakfast for them, like bakri, kind of an Indian bread, and sabji, curry for relevance. She would pack either of them a tiffin so that they could eat later, or used to deliver the food herself in early dawn with my grandfather, who used to start the farm's work. The jungle was near the farms, and my father and uncle used to go to the familiar area of the jungle, the one that my aunt knew very well. She could track them down easily, have their breakfast together, and then come back together with the wood logs. One day, my uncle and father got up early in the morning as usual. It was still dark, and it was winter. Sunrise was a bit later during this season, and their sister was still sleeping, so they decided not to disturb her. They picked up their axes and went for the jungle. That day in the jungle, they decided to go a bit further than usual, but in reality, they went way too far. They were not even able to see the lantern lights of the village. They started cutting a tree and gathering little sticks from around. They got very busy and were concentrating for the time being. After about an hour and a half or so, my uncle got suspicious over why the sun was not rising yet. By this time, there were supposed to be birds singing, and they heard no rooster making that typical morning noise, no cattle mooing, and no dogs barking, which came along with the shepherds. All that they heard was an eerie, deep silence. It was so silent, in fact, that my uncle got worried that they were earlier than their usual time, so he started to hurry up in his work. Now, before going any further, let me be very clear about my uncle. He's a very tough guy. Nothing scares this dude easily, and he's respected by the whole village. Same goes for my father. But this time was different. He didn't know why, but he was feeling like there was something wrong, and that something was watching them from the deep jungle. And he knew better than to think that it was some tiger, cheetah, jaguar, or wild boar. He felt something was wrong that day, and then, all of a sudden, my father and uncle hear the voice of their sister from a long distance away. They couldn't see her. It was just a voice. My uncle got very suspicious, as the voice was coming from deep within the jungle, and not from the direction of the village. My uncle told my father to tell her to come to them. So, my father responded to her voice, telling her to come to them. The voice stopped for a moment, and then she replied,
No, you come to me. Hurry. I brought you your favorite food.
In that moment, my uncle realized what it was. He'd heard a lot of stories from the villagers of a voice which takes people away, sometimes never to be found again, or, if found, they would be in a horrible mental state. The locals used to call such paranormal entities chakva, meaning the paranormal being who will hypnotically fool you into taking your own life. As soon as my uncle snapped out of his thought, he realized that my father, being a naive kid, had started walking toward the voice and started responding to the entity. It was saying my father's name and yelling,
Come in this direction. I'm here, waiting with the breakfast.
With full speed, my uncle ran towards my father and grabbed him by his shirt collar, saying, Don't listen to her. Come on, we must go home. My father responded, "But it's our elder sister. She's calling us. I'm hungry." By that time, my uncle had already grabbed my father's hand and told him, "She's bluffing us. She has no food. Now come on." Now, my father was about to start arguing with my uncle, but he looked into my uncle's eyes. He certainly looked scared, and his hand was shaking. Father, too, sensed that something was wrong and started walking fast toward the village without another word.
Why are you going toward that side? Come here. Follow my voice,
the entity said. My uncle, still holding my father's hand. "Ignore her. She's not coming to us anyways." Needless to say, he was trying to divert my father's attention from the entity and play it cool so that he wouldn't panic. As they were walking toward the village, it felt like an eternity. Now, being Hindu by religion, my uncle started mumbling mantras of Lord Rama, Hindu god. The voice slowly started to fade away as they were getting closer to the village. My uncle took a long sigh of relief when the dog started barking. All of a sudden, from the direction of the village, they noticed that some of the village lamps were close by. The whole village of dogs gathered together and started barking, making loud crying noises, like wolves. My uncle thought the entity might still be following them. He and my father started running toward the village. When they finally reached it, the voice was long gone, and there was this sense of lightheartedness. My uncle stopped near our ancestral temple, joined his hands, bowed his head, and said, "Thank you." My father was still confused about the situation. Once they reached home, my uncle and father saw that my aunt was still in her bed. My father, being a naive child, cursed her for beating them in the race. My aunt told them that she didn't get up that morning, let alone make the food. It turns out my father and my uncle had left the house way too early, as in 2 a.m. or even earlier. And it was a no-moon night, so it was dark already. My grandfather and uncle knew better than to think that it was my aunt out there. And to this day, they're thankful to God. If you're into true crime shows or channels, you've probably heard this story before, or at least the main details. I've seen it covered in several myself. Here's some context. This happened 11 years ago. I had just turned 18 and moved to Orange County, California. I moved into an apartment complex near the community college I was attending, so a bunch of younger people around my age lived there. I didn't know a single person in California, so I would take any opportunity to socialize and meet new people. A big gathering place at the complex was at the main pool, where people would drink and relax in the sun. Over the first few months, I would meet a bunch of people while hanging out at the pool. I never got super close to any of them, but I would see these same people several days a week. We would often go back to each other's apartments after the pool to drink or smoke some more. It was a really mellow and fun environment. 3 people I would see all of the time were Sarah, Mike, and John. One day after hanging out at the pool, Sarah, my girlfriend, and I went back to my apartment. The 3 of us smoked and Sarah went back home. Regular day. The next day, we were at the pool, and there was a few of the usual people missing, but still a solid 10 people, so we didn't really notice. We go home later that night, and my girlfriend gets a call from one of our friends. My girlfriend playfully answers her phone, and the expression on her face starts to change. She's just listening, and her eyes get super wide. She says, "What the fuck? Are you fucking serious?" and hangs up the phone. I'm super confused, so I ask her, "What? What happened? She says, dude, the police just found Sarah dead in Mike's apartment, and Mike is nowhere to be found. What the? It was insane. I asked her if he said anything else, but she told me he was really hard to understand. We went to bed, and we met up with the usual crowd at the pool the next day, which included John and his fiancée. We're all talking about how unbelievable this is. Sarah was the epitome of sweet, and Mike was easily one of the kindest people I'd ever met. He was one of the first people I met when I moved. He gave my underage ass some beer and told me stories. These were both good people. It didn't make any sense. We all kind of started speculating and just tried to make sense of it. Nobody could get a hold of Mike. We all start to worry if he's safe. Somebody suggests that Mike probably killed Sarah, panicked, and ran. That was a hard pill to swallow for most of us, but it was the only thing that kind of made sense. John shook his head and said, "Man, just awful." We all dispersed and went home. It would be the last time I would see most of those people. Fast forward a month or two. I was hanging out in my apartment one evening when my girlfriend calls me frantically. "Please come to my friend's apartment. You are not going to believe this shit. This is the most fucked up shit I've ever experienced," she said. I rushed over to the apartment where my girlfriend was. She was with two friends that we knew from the pool. One of them was crying hysterically, while the other sat with him. My girlfriend motioned for me to go outside, and the other friend stayed back to keep consoling the other. Once we were out of earshot, she told me why her friend was crying so intensely. Her friend had just gotten back from being with the police. He was asked to identify pieces of a dismembered body that were found in the sewer. He was crying because he positively identified the body parts as Mike's. How did the police know they were there? They knew because John told them that he did it. Turns out John was, and still is, a broke piece of shit. This bastard was engaged and didn't have enough money for his own wedding. Being a goddamn smart person, Mike had a bunch of money saved up. John found out about it and decided to kill Mike and steal his money. John was an acting student and asked Mike to help him move some heavy things at the theater. When Mike's back was turned, John shot him. He then took Mike to another location where he dismembered his body and dumped the remains in the sewer. John took Mike's keys and phone, and then he went back to Mike's apartment. From there, he texted Sarah on Mike's phone, asking for her to come over because he wanted to talk. Being the sweet and caring person she was, Sarah went over to Mike's apartment to help him feel better. When she got there, John snuck up behind her and shot her. He left the apartment and framed Mike for Sarah's murder. John was caught because he's a stupid fucking idiot. He paid some kid to withdraw money from Mike's ATM account. Cops found the kid, and he told them about John. They quickly tracked John down at his fucking bachelor party, and he was taken in for questioning, where he would admit that he murdered Sarah and Mike. He would later be sentenced to death. After sentencing, Mike's dad spoke to John across the courtroom and said, "My only regret is that the state of California doesn't allow me to kill you myself." Turns out, John's fiancée tried to help him hide evidence, and she was sentenced to time as well. All in all, pretty dark story. Aside from the violence, What messes me up is that the guy had literally just murdered 2 of our friends, and he was at the pool, commiserating with us. Like, genuinely acting upset, sad, and confused. He's a horrible human, and I hope he suffers for the rest of his life. My deepest and continued condolences go out to the family of the 2 innocent people that were killed. I've always been a bit skeptical when it comes to the paranormal. I'm not a non-believer. I just have a hard time believing some of the stories I hear, or even videos and pictures I've seen. I have had a few experiences in my life that were, and remain to be, unexplainable to me. So I'd like to share a few of them with you that happened in the same house I was living in over a few years' time, and get your opinions. When I was a child, my mother had to move us out of an abusive household with her boyfriend. Being poor in rural eastern Kentucky, we didn't have many housing options at the time. So she got some assistance to have us a house built on my family's property through the government. This was a fully new place, so it was hardly one that you would assume would be haunted, like one with history. But after it was built and we finally moved in, very unexplainable things began to happen to us while we were there. The first thing that ever happened to me was the attic door being ripped open and slamming shut while I was home alone. My mother and my older sister were taking my younger brother to the doctor, and my uncle lived next door to us, so she let me stay home by myself. The strange thing about it all is that it wasn't a normal door. If it were, I would just assume it was a draft, wind, or something. The opening to our attic was a cutout in the ceiling, though, and the door was a thick, full piece of plywood, one that I could hardly lift up myself when I went up there. This thing lifted from the side, like it did when we went upstairs, and then slammed shut, followed by loud, thumping footsteps on our stairs. As soon as it lifted, I looked up at it. I could see straight up into the attic, and never saw anyone or anything come down those steps. Not even a shadow. The footsteps stopped at the last step, and then everything went silent, leaving me terrified and wondering what the hell just happened. Second experience was seen by my whole family. I have to explain here that at the time, I was 10, my sister 14, and my little brother was 6, and we were all below 5'5". My mother's only 5'1", so this would have been impossible for any of us to do. Our back door was in our kitchen, and it stood at a height of 6'5", as most standard doors do. The weird thing is that after 6 months of living there, we began to notice a handprint well above the door frame, like someone had slapped it as they walked through. Seeing as none of us could reach it, even standing on a chair, my uncle came to investigate it, telling my mother that it was car grease and oil that the print was made out of. There was no man in our house at the time. My mother was divorced. My father was currently going through cancer treatments and only came to that house 3 times before he died. No one visited that was tall enough to reach that area, as most of the men in my family are 5'7" and under. The last experience I'll tell you about happened when our house unfortunately burned down. As I said before, we were poor, so the only heat that we had was a kerosene heater, and one that sadly was in bad shape. Needless to say, the heater caught fire one evening, catching the rest of the house up quickly. My mother had enough time to grab the 3 of us and get us out of the house, closing the back door behind her as she went. Our steps at that door were not connected to the house, so when someone would walk down them, they would move away and then slam back into the house when you stepped off. Once we were in the yard, though, the back door slammed open and then slammed shut once more, and the steps moved forward as if somebody was on them, and then slammed back against the house. We never saw anyone leave that house. That door opened to an empty, ablaze room and slammed shut again. Those steps moved, but there wasn't anyone on them. And to this day, I still have no idea what the fuck was actually going on in that house. There are way more incidents, but I feel as if these three tell the most about the situation. I can't logically figure out what was going on. I've tried over the years, tried to come up with logical explanations for all of the stuff that went on, but I've never been able to. Also, I never felt like I was in danger there, and it never felt evil. It would just scare the bejesus out of you when something happened, that's all. If any of you have a thought on what this could have been, please leave a comment, as I've spent years trying to justify these experiences in my mind. As an adult, in my mid-20s, I was my bestie's babysitter. I babysat her little boy, who at the time was around 1. Not all the time, just for date nights. As social workers, we were overly cautious about who watched our children. As you can imagine, we've heard the worst. So I'm watching H at bedtime. After playing downstairs for a bit, we go upstairs so I can bathe him before bed. We bathe, and then I'm drying him off on the floor, playing peekaboo. I then hear something downstairs, some movement, and their dog starts barking. It's a little yappy dog, and he barks all the time, but this time he wouldn't stop. So then I think, maybe they just came home early, but the dog keeps barking incessantly, not pausing, just going crazy. I'm still drying off H, and so I pick him up, and I hear clear as day downstairs a male yelling,
Stop barking at that monkey.
The dog instantly stops barking. I then wait because I'm thinking it's my bestie's husband. No one comes upstairs. I then get this feeling that creeps up my spine, and I just realize that it is not my bestie and her husband. They are not home. I start to panic because I'm thinking a stranger has broken into the house. I start looking somewhere to hide H in the bathroom because my cell phone is downstairs and I want him to be safe. I'm so terrified that I'm shaking. I then decide, fuck it, I'm bringing H with me because I think he'll be hurt if I leave him by himself. I pick up H, still wrapped in a towel, and take a deep breath. I'd built up the courage to run downstairs to find my phone, so I open the door and I run with that baby like I've never ran before. I grab my phone on the counter and then run back upstairs. I text my bestie, who says she'll be home in 20. I search the house. I don't find anything. She comes home. I tell her and her husband what happened. They both look at each other and kind of nod. I'm like, what the fuck? First, they tell me that they call H monkey at bedtime. They both then proceed to tell me how they think the house is haunted, about stuff that happens all the time, like a cigar smoke smell, stuff being moved and disappearing, etc. It had never talked before, though. I was shook. We're still friends to this day, but you bet your ass I did not babysit again. To clarify, this is my mom's story from from one of her part-time jobs in the early 90s, so it happened a long time ago. In 1990-91, my mom started working at a group home as a youth worker, doing counseling and support work. For context, this home was in a residential area, not too far from the local hospital, police station, downtown core. This home had 3 floors and had about 8 different girls who lived on the second floor and an attic above. The main floor was where the office and the kitchen area were. At the time, the agency didn't have strict regulations, so my mom would be working night shifts by herself and having to manage all of these kids alone. One night, my mom began her shift and was made aware of some really creepy information. Both the home supervisor and the kids who lived in the home reported weird smells at night, sounds coming from the attic, and food was going missing on day and night shifts. Keeping in mind at the time that nobody was allowed up there or stayed there, my mom would have to do half-hour checks to ensure that all the doors were locked. However, during her shifts, she didn't notice any problems. Thankfully for her, none of the weird events took place on her specific shifts. As events kept being reported, they then called in maintenance workers. When the maintenance workers went around to check the property, they noticed that one of the windows on the 3rd floor, in a room which was locked, had been broken. The room wasn't accessible from the inside of the house, so nobody knew about it. Unfortunately, that room had access to the attic. The maintenance workers then went up to check the attic and found various things: food wrappers, clothing, and even things from the residents' bedrooms. The room was locked off from the inside of the house, but was able to be opened from the other side, from inside the room. Meaning that at some point, throughout night or day shifts, the stowaway was walking inside the home and no one knew. They would have had to have come down when the residents were either being taken to school, asleep, or at appointments. But the stowaway would have been able to view the schedule board in the office. So they would have known when staff were coming and going, and any days when residents would have been gone. During the time that the stowaway had occupied the attic, there were reports from other staff members about feeling as though they were being watched. Eventually, the maintenance workers fixed the windows. The fridge was locked, and security cameras were installed. There weren't any issues after that. However, my mom does have other creepy stories after working 20-plus years in the field, and she just might share some more. Growing up, when I stayed over with my grandparents while I was supposed to be asleep, I would sneak out of my bed to sit in the hallway, and I would listen to them and their friends play cribbage. It always seemed like such fun. They would have some sort of rapid jazz playing in the background, and I could hear the familiar sound of drinking glasses clinking, followed by roars of laughter. And I think that was my favorite part, hearing my grandparents laugh so much, even if I didn't exactly know what they were laughing about. Eventually, I'd actually get tired and shuffle back to bed, recounting some of their jokes in my head as I drifted off to sleep. Well, about 6 years ago, my 98 and 97-year-old grandparents both passed away, just within a couple of days of one another. They had lived in their home their whole lives, and that's where they passed. My mom kept the house for a little less than a year before deciding to clear it out and sell the place. We were over there for several hours, cleaning and reminiscing as we packed things. Eventually, my mom left, and it was just me. It wasn't until the end of the day, as I cleaned the floors in the hallway, that I felt something. At first, that's all it was. Just a feeling that the house was suddenly more lively. As I tried to sort out this feeling, I heard music. It was so quiet, maybe far away, but it sounded familiar. Then the sound of clinking glasses made itself known, and I realized the music I was hearing was jazz. Then the sound of laughter. The most wonderfully familiar laughter. It belonged to my grandparents. I actually dropped the mop and darted out of the hallway and into the dining room kitchen area. The sounds crescendoed slightly before coming to a complete end. The home was quiet and everything was still. You can call it a really vivid memory, but I like to think that somehow they were there with me, even if it was just for a moment. And most importantly, I genuinely feel like they're together, wherever they are. This happened 30 plus years ago, so I will explain what happened as best as I can remember. When I was 3, my grandmother, maternal side, died of a heart attack, I believe. While at the funeral home, the adults were outside talking, smoking cigarettes, etc. Myself, older brother, and another family member close to our age were told to stay inside to keep us out of conversations that we didn't need to hear, according to my parents. While the other family member convinced my brother that locking me in the viewing room, the one with those red lights over the coffin, which were on, was a good idea. Once they locked me in, the other family member called through the door, saying that Grandma needed to take me with her because I was her favorite. I screamed and cried as loud as my little self could, and some adults came and took me outside to my parents. I was told that they were just playing and that even though Grandma loved me, she was never going to take me away. They were trying to soothe a very upset 3-year-old. Later that year, we moved 2 states away from there. One night in the new house, 4 years later, I woke up in the middle of the night. According to my mother, this was very unusual. I'd heard a song only my grandma sang to me. I sat up and was looking around when I saw the lid on my old toy box opening by itself. Once it was fully open, I saw what looked like my grandma standing slowly from inside that box. She turned slowly, creepily, around to look at me. I was frozen in place. Couldn't cry, scream, or even move. She started walking towards me. She stopped close to the bed and said the name that she called me.
I came to get you. You were always my favorite, and I want you with me now.
Somehow, I found my voice and screamed. My mom came running in, and just before she got to my room, Grandma said,
I'll come back for you again.
And vanished. My mother came in, asking who I was talking to. I told her everything, and Mom let me sleep in the living room for a few nights while she got rid of my toy box. The toy box was the last thing Grandma gave me. So a few years ago, the night sky was clear, and my mom and I had gotten off of work at about the same time that I usually do, 2 or 3 a.m. The moon looked beautiful. We decided to go watch the sunrise over the lake. We lived about 15 minutes from Lake Michigan, and it's pretty regular for us to talk for hours. We took a back road through a wooded area to get to our usual location. Some info you need to know about the location in order to imagine this. The road we took was a very small road that had thick woods and swamp on both sides. The road is so small that if cars were going both ways, sometimes you have to pull off slightly to the side to let the other car pass. Lots of greenery surrounds this road, and there are slight dips on either side. No street lights or anything, so the only illumination is the car's headlights. Okay, so we're driving and chatting, and I'm a passenger. Mom's driving. As she's talking to me, I'm looking at her, and she's looking at the road. She stops mid-sentence, and I could tell that something was happening in front of us, so I glanced over. I said, "What's a kid doing out here this late?" I saw what I can only describe as a creature that looked like it was made to blend in with its surroundings. It was standing on the left side of the road. It seemed to be made of twigs and leaves and branches, almost, but not quite, resembling a tumbleweed. It stood at most 3 feet tall. It seemed to be covered in patches of some sort of orange, copper, red fur, but not quite fur. As soon as the words left my mouth, I realized that's not a kid. My mom shouted my thoughts and slammed on the brakes. If you've ever seen TV shows depicting the way vampires move, like super fast, almost glitching across, that's how this thing moved to get in front of us. It was on the left, and then right in front of us in a split second. If I had to guess, we were maybe 7 feet away from it. It lifted its head, I guess. Its whole body was kind of one big mass, and it looked at us with its eye. Yes, it's correct. One eye. One completely black eye. We sat there in stunned silence for a moment. Just as I was asking, "What is that?" it got down and slithered like a fucking snake, past the car and into the brush on my side. My mom took off at full speed. I had researched a lot about how one person's thoughts and recollection of a situation can influence another person's until the story is no longer the same. There was even a study done about people who had never been on a hot air balloon, being shown a picture of one, being told that they were on it when the photo was taken, and asked to remember the day. Most people said that they remembered it and make up a story about it. It's really interesting stuff, absolutely worth looking into. So both of us knew this prior to the event. I asked her what she saw, and she asked me what I saw. Both were the same. At first, we tried to rationalize it as tumbleweed, but no, it surely looked at us. Maybe a deformed animal, but no animal around here looks like tumbleweed. Maybe a really skinny deformed fox. Couldn't be, as it glitches across the road. It's the only way I know how to describe it. We then moved on to more paranormal creatures in our search engines. This proved fruitless, as nothing that we could find matched the description of what we saw. When telling this story to friends, I often find myself referring to it as a realistic and nightmarish version of the Lorax. To this day, when recalling this incident, it feels like we saw something we weren't supposed to. Like we saw past what we all know as fact and real and tangible, and saw part of what this world really is. This feeling doesn't make sense, and neither does this story. If anyone has any suggestions about what this could be, I'm open to answer any and all questions. I just want to know what we experienced, even if it's just an animal that we never knew of. To this day, I still don't know if what I saw was just my eyes playing tricks on me. But here we go. When I was like 10 or so, I would usually stay up late watching cartoons in the living room. I would stop maybe around 5 or 6 in the morning. This was a regular thing. But then, weird things started happening. Now, the way the house was built made it so that you could see my parents' bedroom from the living room couch. And I'd usually be laying down on that couch. One day, I started seeing this weird figure in front of the room's wardrobe. It was really vague, but I could see some of its features. It looked like it was wearing this long white dress. It had long hair covering its face. And that face, it looked so weird. The only way I could describe it is that it looked like the faces you'd carve on pumpkins. Only the eyes and mouth were much bigger and hollow. It would usually look at the room's bed, but if I stared at it for too long, it would turn to me and reveal its face. So, to avoid this, I would just ignore it and turn away. Very strange. Back in 2016, my friends and I, for the longest time, had been itching to go camping at our local campsite. It was in Los Padres National Park in Southern California. When we found the perfect weekend to go, one that didn't interfere with any of our work schedules, we set the date. 3 days before the trip, we found out that we were going to get hit by the El Nino rainstorm. Us, being the types of dudes that we are, didn't care if we got hit by this storm while camping. So we packed up our cars and made the 45-minute drive to the campsite. The campsite was a family-friendly one, with about 100 camping lots that circled around the clearing in the forest. We found the perfect spot underneath a huge thick of trees that would help block as much rain as possible. And it helped out that the restrooms were only 30 yards away. As soon as we got to our spot, we took advantage of the afternoon sky being clear for the moment, and we rushed to set up our tents. The layout that we made was that we pitched our tents close to one another, where our tent doors were only 6 feet apart. The reason why we did this is because in order to combat the rain, I bought a 30-foot by 30-foot thick blue canopy tarp that I threw over and under our tents to cover us from the rain above, but also from the rain that would be running through the ground. It was a genius move on my part, but whenever you would walk around our tent, you would be making so much noise from crunching the plastic tarp. Hours passed and we were all around the campfire. It was late into the evening, and this was the first time that I noticed that there were barely any other campers. They were mainly camping in their RVs like the fake campers they were. In my honest opinion, they were the smart ones, unlike my friends and I that were sleeping in 2 small tents, with our only protection being the blue tarp. I was getting tired from the long day's work, and I decided I was going to go conk out. My friends followed my lead as well. The sleeping arrangements were that I had my friend Ray sleeping in my tent, and AJ and S were sleeping in theirs. Before I called it a night, I whispered to Ray and I told him, I'm going to prank call S and AJ, but I'm not going to say anything. Ray smiled as I dialed my friends up. I called them unrestricted, and S's phone started to ring. Both of them, being the way they are, got timid very easily, and they said to one another, Who's calling you this late at night? I don't know. They called me unrestricted. Are you going to answer? Of course not. Ray and I were holding in our laughter as they ignored our call. I decided to do it one more time. Once their phone started to ring, they started to freak out once again, and they said, Who is it this time? Same person, I think. I'm going to answer. As they did answer, S said in a very shaky tone, Hello? Ray and I had to hold in our laughter as we kept as quiet as possible, not wanting to make any noises that would give off that it was us. I held the phone close to my mouth as I began to breathe heavily in a murderous way. I ended the call, and just hearing them freak out the way they did was making my night even more fun. Me, being the idiot that I am, called them one more time, and this time, S picked up the phone immediately and said in a tough voice, Look, whoever this is better stop. I'm about to call the cops if you keep on calling. This is not a threat. Ray and I looked at one another as we, at the same time, began to fake moan so loud and immediately started to bawl out in laughter. AJ and S were so mad at us for pulling this prank on them. They were cursing us out. Me, finally calming down from laughing so loudly, told the boys, "Good night, I'll have pancakes ready in the morning." Since I fell asleep relatively easily, I was out in a matter of minutes, while Ray, AJ, and S were up for a while longer. I was the first of my friends to wake up in the morning, and as I promised, I had the pancakes already cooking by the time everybody else woke up. The smell of me cooking woke up my friends one by one. They got out of their tents, and as we were eating, AJ spoke up and said, "Hey, Jay, the prank you pulled last night went a little too far. Yeah, you had us ready to run to our car and take off." Me, feeling a bit guilty, apologized and said, "Sorry guys, my bad. Yeah, it's one thing to prank call us like that, but then to walk around our tent and then to go inside of it in the middle of the night, that's just totally off limits," S said. Me, not knowing what they were talking about, said, "What do you guys mean?" "Come on, still with the jokes. You were the one that was walking around our tent and you walked in." Ray spoke up and said, "That wasn't Jay who was walking around. I thought that was you two getting your revenge on us for scaring you." "That wasn't us doing that. It was you two." So, to explain, after I fell asleep, about an hour had passed where Ray, S, and AJ were still up, and all was quiet in the forest until the sounds of footsteps were heard, stepping on our blue tarp that was on the ground. At first, my friends thought that it could have been just a forest animal wandering, but the heavy footsteps were a dead giveaway that it was a person, as they described. The person was walking around their tents, all of them, making constant figure eights. The person would place their fingers on the tent's fabric walls to run them up and down. The footsteps finally stopped after a couple of minutes, right in between our tent doors. The three of them were already having their hearts pounding out of their chest. It was silent for a long minute until the sound of the tent zipper being slid open was heard. As AJ says, the tent's door was only opened halfway, but it was too dark to see anything clearly. But in the darkness, both S and AJ saw the silhouette of a man's face pop his head into the tent to look at both of them. AJ and S faked being asleep the entire time, but they kept their eyes locked on the man. The man then opened the tent fully and walked inside the tent, just standing at the entrance. The man didn't say a word or do anything, just watched the both of them, laying in their sleeping bags. After their longest minute ever, the man just took his steps out of the tent, and his footsteps were heard walking away, disappearing into the night. The entire time that this was happening, S and AJ thought that it was either me or Ray doing this, and Ray thought that it was AJ or S doing this. Back to us arguing back and forth at the breakfast table. We were interrupted by a man walking through our campsite, and he said, "Good morning, boys. How did the four of you sleep last night?" This man spoke with a smoker's voice, as if he'd been doing that for all of his 45 years of being alive. He wore a dirty, sweat-stained white t-shirt that looked more gray at this point, and his blue jeans looked as if they'd never been taken off of his body. He smelt like liquor, not a good sign at 8 in the morning, and his words were just mumbling around. We didn't say a word to this guy as he then asked us if we had any cigarettes to spare him. I said that we didn't smoke, and he said, "Oh well, you boys want to visit me in my RV? Just stop by anytime." The man continued to walk away, towards the restrooms, and as he was done using it, he walked back to our campsite. He didn't say anything this time, but he looked at us and gave us a nearly toothless smile and he walked back to his RV. I took note of his RV, as it was the only RV that stuck out as being dirty and more run down than the others. We quickly summed up the man as the person who was walking around our tents last night, and S and AJ now remembered that they smelt liquor from the person who was standing in their tent. We all agreed that we would keep an extra eye out on this guy, and if he did spend another night, we would most likely report him to the park rangers if he tried anything else. Well, it was around lunchtime now, and the man came back. Not to use the restroom, but just to talk to us. So any of you boys interested in buying an RV? Y'all can go check it out right now, see if you want to buy it. I don't need it anymore since my wife left me. Just check out the inside of the RV. No, we are good, sir, I said with a visible, threatening tone. The man seemed to notice this, and he walked away. The man did end up leaving a few hours before sunset, but the entire time that he was there, he kept glancing at us. The man had his RV about 50 yards away from us, and I noticed that he had a restroom right next to his RV. Why did he make an effort of walking all the way over to our campsite to use our restroom? Also, why did he even use ours if RVs come with restrooms installed in them? Whatever the man wanted, we were just glad that we were about to enjoy the rest of our weekend. I drive this same back road in town a lot. Never had anything unusual happen on this drive until several months ago, February 2021. I was driving to pick my girlfriend up from work like I do every day. From our apartment, I prefer to take the back road I mentioned earlier. The road is shaded by tree canopies, and there's like these hidden driveways that lead to some real beautiful houses and farms. I'm not much of a car person, but one of the houses on that street has a really nice classic car, like 1930s. It's parked, always, in the driveway. Pretty sure they never take the thing out at all. It's almost white or eggshell, and its tires are white and black, like none I've ever seen. Usually I sort of slow down as I drive by, if I can remember that it's coming up, just to look at the thing for a while. My girl feels the same way. Well, one moment I'm driving, passing the house, and I turn to look up at the car, which is sitting in the driveway. Now, out of the corner of my eye, I see what looks like headlights coming right for me. I turn, and sure enough, the same car sitting in that driveway is headed right for me on the road. I immediately pull to the right, slamming on my brakes and looking in the rear view to see this car that almost killed me. But there's no car. The road stretches long and there's no car in sight. I literally get out of my car and I run across the street to the house with the fancy car. It's still in the driveway. The road, the neighborhood, everything is completely quiet. I literally have no idea what just happened, and so I get back into the car and I take off to pick up my girlfriend. The rest of the way, I'm just replaying the thing in my head. By the time I see my girlfriend, she's already suspicious that I'm pretty distracted. So after hearing about her day, she asks about me, basically saying, "What's up?" I tell her what happened, and she's super spooked by the story, asking me to be serious. And when she's convinced that I am being serious, she tells me that we need to find out who owns that car. We need the story. I wasn't sure how we were going to do that or why it would matter. But my girlfriend is one of those people who just feels things, if that makes sense. Like when she makes moves on anything, she's usually right about the outcome. We joke often that she's some sort of witch or something. So anyways, we decide to stop by the house with the car. It's about 6:30 p.m. and I'm going on about how they're probably eating dinner, and she tells me they're definitely not. We ring the doorbell, and to the front door comes a woman who's dressed in a nursing outfit. She's asking if she can help us. Before I can say anything, my girlfriend asks, "That car, are you the owner? It's beautiful." The nurse introduces herself as Mary, I think, and tells us the car belongs to her boss. She says it actually belonged to her boss's husband, but he's since passed away. I can't remember the name she gave or if I would even post it here, but she tells us the wife, her boss, can't drive, so the car just sits there. She says that every time they've tried to sell the car, it just wouldn't start. Only when no buyers were around did the car start up perfectly fine. She says sometimes she swears she hears the car pulling up the driveway, only to look out the window and see it's just parked where it usually is. Funny car, she said. I wasn't sure about funny, but it was interesting. We thanked the woman for her time and headed back to our car. I was sort of awestruck that something came of this little pit stop we'd made. My girlfriend just smiled and told me, "That man definitely tried to run you off the road." I asked why in the heck he would want to do that, and she told me, "It's your infatuation with that car. You slow down to look at it almost every day. I think you made him nervous." Nervous. Well, he almost killed me or whatever, so I don't know about that guy. Maybe he's not so nice. And his car, as nice as it is, it's definitely haunted. I was followed by 2 large military men when I was 12 years old. This happened 10 years ago. I was at the mall with my mother. I'd normally follow my mother around and never really went off on my own before. On this day, my mother really wanted to see a movie. I cannot remember what movie she wanted to watch, but I remembered it was a movie I had no interest in seeing. So we came to an agreement that she would go watch the movie while I'd walk around the mall, and we'd meet up afterwards. As kids are, I was very excited because I felt so grown up and cool, now that I didn't have to walk around with my mother the whole time. I was wearing shorts and a t-shirt at the time. I didn't have a handbag, so my cell phone was in my front pocket. I basically exhausted most stores that I could go into at that point, so I remember going into one of these sports stores, even though I had no real interest in sports. While I was browsing, 2 very large military men approached me, and I assumed their age to be around 30. One of the men asked me for my phone number. I was baffled and caught off guard. I didn't think before I spoke, so I said that I don't have a phone. The second man pointed to my pants and said that I do, in fact, have one. It started to sink in what was happening, that they were asking for a minor's phone number. I don't exactly remember what I said next, but I believe it was along the lines of sorry or no thank you. The men then walked away from me, but they were still in the store. I tried to walk away as nonchalantly as possible. I was very insecure back then, so I didn't want to embarrass myself or draw attention to myself by running. I then realized the 2 men were behind me, and they were watching me. I went into a few stores to try to lose them, and to make sure that I was being followed, and they kept following me. I saw a busy restaurant, so I decided to ask for a table. I sat down at the table, and it seemed like the men lost interest, since I didn't see them again. I should have called my mom to tell her what happened, but I felt like it was my fault. I was scared she wouldn't allow me to be on my own anymore, and not allow me to wear shorts anymore. I realized how foolish that was. I sat at the table until my mother called to say she was done. I'm happy that no one at the restaurant asked me to leave for not ordering anything or waiting too long. I met up with my mother again, and I just pretended like nothing happened. Back in 2000, when I was 20, a female friend of mine decided that she wanted to get an apartment and asked if I'd be her roommate. I didn't need a place to stay, but decided to do it anyway. We moved to a nice apartment complex right next to and behind the house where my aunt saw her dead ex-boyfriend. This place was nice and newer, so the thought of it being haunted never crossed my mind. I didn't even experience anything until my roommate got homesick a month in and had to move back in with her folks, leaving me there alone for 3 months. It started with the lights coming on by themselves. I would go to bed, always turning the lights off and always closing my bedroom door. I was meticulous about the lights because that's how I was raised. I'd go to bed and at some point open my eyes and see the light coming in from under the door. I thought my roommate came home, so I'd get out of bed excited to see her, only to discover I was alone, and the dining room or bathroom light would be on. Then, the knocking started. Right after I lay down, there would be 3 loud knocks on my bedroom door. Again, thinking my roommate came home, I'd get up to greet her, only to see I was still alone. A week or so before Christmas, my roommate and I went out gift shopping and went back to the apartment to wrap everything. When we were done, we were both standing at the door, checking to see if we'd had everything before leaving. The apartment was completely quiet, and we heard this clearly. My acoustic guitar, which I had leaning up against the wall in my bedroom, with a pick stuck between 3 strings, was plucked. Each string, in succession. Then, slid along the wall until hitting the floor. We just looked at each other. Then we walked to my bedroom to find the guitar on the floor, with the pick still stuck between the strings. Those strings had been plucked, meaning the pick had been used and then replaced when done. At Christmas, during a party with my roommate and some other friends at the apartment, the VCR turned itself off. It did that 1 or 2 times while living there, but it never did that before or after living there. For Christmas, my girlfriend got me a guitar tablature book for Pink Floyd's The Wall. One night, I sat on the floor of my bedroom, learning how to play a song in it. When I was done, I put the pick in the strings, and I set my guitar up on the wall. But instead of closing the book as I normally did, I left it open and went to bed. Just after laying down, I heard the pages in the book flipping on their own. It was a thick book, but the song I had been learning was somewhere in the middle. I figured the weight of the pages made it change pages on its own, but when they stopped flipping, I got curious and I got up to look. The pages stopped flipping on the song, Hey You. And when I read the title, I got chills and shut the book. Pleaded with the ghost to let me sleep and went back to bed. While laying there, I realized if the pages had flipped on their own from the weight, they would have gone the other way, away from that song. After that, I started calling the ghost Pink. Anytime something would happen, I would say, "Oh, hey, Pink." But one night, I'd been out with a friend until around 2 a.m. When I opened my door and stepped in, I could feel the ghost standing there. I said, "Oh, hi, Pink." And I could feel the energy go through me and out the apartment. So that's when I figured it didn't like being called that, which didn't stop me from saying it. Shortly after, my roommate came back and stayed the rest of the lease, and not much happened then. I figured if an entire house could be haunted, then surely an entire apartment building could be. I wanted to ask my neighbors if they had ever experienced anything, but I never did, and actually never really talked to them at all. Also, I've known since I was around 10 or so that I could feel ghosts, but usually only when standing right where they were. If I stand with them long enough, I usually can get an image in my head of what they look like, as well as their mood. In a few instances, I've had them communicate with me like that, their words coming to me as thoughts or images. usually the latter. I usually don't tell people this because they usually don't believe me, and I'd rather not go through the ridicule and name-calling. However, with Pink, I never figured out who or what it was. I always felt that it was a man, but I didn't know. I still wonder about it from time to time. This happened many years ago, as I was house shopping and recommended by my real estate agent to look at this new listing. The house was maybe 30 years old, ranch style, emptied, clean, and in reasonably good shape, although dated in appearance. So we're walking around, checking the bedrooms, and talking about the price and condition. But I have an odd feeling of being watched by someone, especially in the bedrooms, as if someone is standing close to my face. I usually don't have those vibes. We continue into the living room and kitchen area, and the feeling continues, but more like being watched from a distance. I finally said to the agent, "I feel like someone's watching us in here. Been feeling it since we walked in." "Oh, really? As he looked around nervously. I paused for a few seconds to check my feelings. Did someone die in here? I can feel them. There's more than one. My Hispanic real estate agent now turned white as a ghost. "Yeah. How did you know?" "It was an elderly couple in a murder-suicide." "It's them. The man was in the bedroom, and the wife is watching us from the living room. I think it's best if we leave them in peace. Never had that feeling before or since."